told to come alone. Joe said if you vote for him, he'll abdicate his throne as the father of the crime bill, soul of Jim Crow. Proud to live and vote as a Strom Thurmond clone. If he tried to kiss your daughter with a camera rolling, he'll try more than kissing her alone. Cozy up with Jill for a photo like a portrait of the Kissingers at home. You know I hate to kill the messenger, but if he's gotta go, we can FaceTime. Slit his throat while he stares into the phone. Like if you don't know, kitten, now you know. This is where austerity has gotten us. This is all that palpable excitement for a 20-year wait on forgiveness for your student loans. But a distraction's a distraction, and it's time to see some action. So here's one last song for Joe, before I try to keep his name out of the lyrics in my phone. Try to shift the focus to our senators and everyone in Congress who is all too happy to be hidden while we're wasted to the bone. It is not food insecure, it's starvation, and it lurks in almost half the country's homes. So if you plan to lay down, hold your nose and vote for Joe, have the guts to admit that you chose to submit, and that you decided lending your support to a pedophile must be a step towards hope. That a vote for a man that spent his whole life implementing laws that dehumanized people of color is a vote against fascism. When you know damn well he's just a kinder, dumber face on the same white nationalism. So baby, throw away your scruples with the memories of your activism. Watch your weak resistance usher in a fucking cataclysm. Elect a bigot war pig and say you're gonna push him into pacifism. That's some bootlicker Stockholm hostage liberal masochism. Bootlicker Stockholm hostage liberal masochism. Baby, that's some fucking bootlicker Stockholm hostage liberal masochism. God, that's some fucking bootlicker Stockholm hostage liberal masochism. That's some fucking...
You know, sir, I like you much better with my glasses off.
I guess I was born with the curse of foresight, 'cause I knew Joe was only gonna represent the war side. And that said, I just came to fight. You could keep the or flight. Save the surprise and the gasp when the shadow of the fascists have cast is on your doorstep in the glow of your porch light. Save the surprise when the grid goes down and we go underground to lick wounds in the gloom of a torchlight. While up in the sky, a blimp glides by with a sign like New Year's 2022. Brought to you jointly by Pfizer and Coors Light. While the centrists observe from a comfortable courtside, right in the thick of the action behind a partition. We're in a morbid position, a plague of evictions, born a comorbid condition of the cancer of wealth. I fantasize that I cancel myself. Hands on your head, throw your best laid plans in the well. There are no more answers, questions go back on the shelf. All Joe's donors, a quick show of hands. How many of you sub to the Lockheed Martin OnlyFans? How many are loyalist patrons for the Raytheon Patreon? Occupy Iraq and send $1 million off into the great beyond. Cool yourself with the safety on. True to yourself in as much as you dutifully spew out a mucus of QAnon. You can't convince me the Capitol wasn't surrendered with every intention of digging us deeper down into the treacherous webbing of censorship, ebbing your speech and dissension so you can't hold Biden accountable. Not in his mentions and not in the streets. Know to the end that Joe will defend the elite. Joe won't embarrass McConnell, but Joe's not embarrassed if all of your children are hungry and weak. Too hungry to speak. Too hungry to stand, they just lie at his feet. Joe is fresh out of empathy, fresh out of policy, but he'd love to know, what was your favorite ice cream flavor to eat? Back when you used to eat. I guess the road isn't rocky for people who thought we were free. They'll believe what they read, and Joe's here to lull them to sleep. Counting us down by the dozens, the culling of gullible sheep, led to the slaughter by media tyrants and government thieves. These are the leeches that stubbornly suck where there's nothing to bleed. These are the tumors that force us to crawl on our knees. This is the home of the brave. This is the land of the free. One was foreclosed in 08. One was condemned in 16. This is the home of the brave. This is the land of the free. One was foreclosed in 08. One was condemned in 16. This is the home of the brave. This is the land of the free. One was foreclosed in 08. One was condemned in 16. This is the home of the brave. This is the land of the free. One was foreclosed in 08. One was condemned in 16. This is the home of the brave. This is the land of the free. One was foreclosed in 08. One was condemned in 16. This is the home of the brave. This is the land of the free. One was foreclosed in 08. One was condemned in 16. This is the home of the brave. This is the land of the free. One was foreclosed in 08. One was condemned in 16. This is the home of the brave. This is the land of the free. One was foreclosed in 08. One was condemned in 16. This is the home of the brave. This is the land of the free. Read my lips, brand new taxes, starving all the billionaires and neutering their Visa Maxes. Topple Congress off their axis, mobilize the homeless, give them axes, call it praxis. Chop a couple limbs off the legislative branches. We'll show you the difference between air as a human right and guaranteed oxygen access. Octogenarians who barely know what day it is are culling countless citizens while sitting on a dais made of ignorance that was built on the graves of the slaves made to labor for its self-declared significance. And all to build a Congress full of millionaires who make their fortunes insider trading while they shit on all the indigent. So I got a bone to pick with our leaders, and I'll start with the ligaments. Pick right through the muscle, dig the marrow out, and serve it to the unhoused millions living in their minivans or watching their belongings get evicted from their tenement. I have a dream where we breach the walls of Congress and just let them in. And what happens next will survive in only text, cause there won't be any evidence. There will only be that heavy kind of feeling that pervades a space where there has been a reckoning and you can feel its remnants. Let any man who enters seeking power know that those who came before him suffocated on their eminence. That there once was a seal on the wall, but we quartered it and scattered all the pieces that it might prevent its semblance. And so we end the great experiment. We'll take all your billions, leave you 2 coins for the ferryman. Leave you drifting on a Dutchman floating derelict among the wretched seraphim.
IndependentLeft.news.
Independent Left News.
Indie Left News.
Independent Left News.
Oh yeah, and I get news from Independent Left.
Thank you, Independent Left.news.
They actually put up posts of different shows, different things going on.
Check out Indie Left. They're doing a lot of good things. They're on Twitter and Instagram, and they've helped promote our show a lot.
Thanks for the work you do behind the scenes too. This man does our Discord and some other help, so I just love to shout him out. Thanks so much, man. Yeah.
They kind of really do a great job of pushing.
Thank you, Independent Left, for reminding me of that.
Check out IndependentLeft.news.
IndieNews.Network.
Indie Left, shout out.
Okay, here we go. Hey, everybody. Wait, hold on. Here's just Indy. Hi, hey, it is Sunday night. I'm a little bit discombobulated, but we're here, and it is
We
Indy.
both are.
Like I said, we're going to show you in a second, but it's just me now. I'm just showing myself on the screen. Hi, everybody. It's Indy. It's Sunday night. It's How Did We Miss That? Yay. Okay. Woo. Okay, so we have a lot of stories. Reef took the week off this week, so we've got a much better looking host, and I want everybody to welcome in INN contributor and all around awesome person, Stephanie Smith. Welcome to Indie Left News. And how did we miss that? You're live. We can actually see you now. You look awesome.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. It's just you and me. We're just going to talk for a few minutes, let everybody kind of get into the stream a little bit. Jesse was awesome. I see Colin's in chat. He was on with Jay Buffont earlier today. So hi, Colin. Welcome.
Do I still look crooked? I really look crooked.
You look crooked? No, you don't look crooked. You look framed in nice.
Okay.
You look good to me.
Push back there.
So Eric is here, and Frankie's here, and Crab is here, Greg's here, and Warren. I see Warren's here. Hey, Warren, here. Welcome. We have everybody Sunday night. Hey, Steph. Everybody knows and loves Steph already. Steph. Okay, I'm gonna do a little spiel introduction in a second, but again, I just wanted to give everyone a chance. Fanto's here as well. Thanks for coming, everybody. Valerie, hi. Yes, I want to thank, that was Warren that cut that intro together a while back, and we're going to do a little bit of an update Fanto's been working on. We actually have to pull out a vertical tweet. Fanto, I don't know if you did that, but hopefully we did. So I'm just going to get right into it. So say welcome everybody to How Did We Miss That? And How Did We Miss That is a show airing on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, Telegram. We're live on Telegram, and Rockfin. That's going to be a whole new announcement. Sunday nights at 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, reviewing a few big stories that we hadn't seen covered much in leftist independent media. Co-hosted by me, Indy, founder and editor of Independent Left News and Leftist.today, and co-founder of IndieNews.Network, and then normally Reef Breland, but this week we've got Stephanie Smith, activist, mom, organizer, awesome person, and INN family member, and I was looking for a co-host, and I said, why don't you come do the news with me? She said, let's do that. That sounds like fun, right?
Absolutely.
So all the stories that you see tonight were featured in our Substack, leftist.today, at the top of independentleft.news during the week, except for one story at the end that Stephanie picked, and I let her kind of choose one story to go through that's important to her, and definitely important to me as well. We are your number one source for left-leaning political news, videos, podcasts, articles, insight, opinion, showcasing left-leaning independent media, free from advertiser influence. And before we get started, we always want to shout out the patrons and Ko-fi supporters and the volunteers and everyone that helps make this what this is. We've got Eric T. Red, who's actually in chat now, Ko-fi. We've got Richard and Richard M. We got two different Richards, of course, every week. Nikki, Radical Leftist Agenda, and she's probably streaming out on Twitch right now. She may be rating us later. She may pop in. Hi, Nikki, and thank you for all your support and help. Noli D, who we did a show with last night. Love her. She's fantastic. We've got Robin During, Lady Dragonfly. Go support her work as well. And we got a Ko-fi donation last week from Planet Claire. So again, thank you so much for Planet Claire for donating. And I have to shout out again the volunteers that help, Nicole and Darlene that help with the posting every day of the week, and Greg and the Big Mad Crab in the chat. He's amazing. He's doing editing. He's doing uploading. He's doing all kinds of stuff, thumbnails, videos, creative, and Jimmy yesterday. Jimmy Stunderland over at Kerberos. She helped out with a thumbnail for last night's stream. Alex Davidson for liking every Substack post. He's still doing that. Thank you, Alex Davidson, wherever and whoever you are, because you never show up and answer my emails or anything. But thank you for all your support again. How did we miss that? Clips on Rumble still are getting their own channel, but they're going to be a day after they get posted to our new Rockfin channel. Again, yay! We're live on Rockfin. So we're live on Rockfin right now, actually. So if you go to, and it's pinned in both YouTube chats, rockfin.com/IndLeftNews, which is the same extension as wherever you're probably watching us now, except maybe Telegram. Rockfin.com/IndLeftNews. You can follow for free. You can premium subscribe. You get all the premium content on the platform. Not only was I approved and started a Rockfin channel, but also the lovely, wonderful Tara Reid also was approved and started a Rockfin channel. So please, by all means, go to rockfin.com/Tara Reid. I'll drop all this stuff in the chat at some point tonight when I'm not going crazy and reading and hyped and energetic like you can hear me right now. I'll probably need a sip of coffee too. Okay, so that's my I think that's about everything I wanted to get through as the intros and the thank yous. Also, wait, last week. I'm sorry. This past week has been a little busy. So, in addition to getting the Rockfin channel, which was awesome, we went on Misty Winston's new radio show on TNT Radio, and that was a blast. We spent an hour talking censorship and platforms with her. Then we ran our INN member live stream on Wednesday, and we invited a new member and had a impromptu live performance from that new member, Jessie Jett, new musical director for IndieNews.Network. Thanks to Jessie Jett. Shout out. And then Thursday, I had an interview with Hardlens Media on their exclusive Rockfin channel that will also apparently go out to CAN TV, which is public access TV in Chicago. That's really cool. Friday night, Jesse joined Reef and I for Reefer After Dark on INN and on his channel, so that was a blast. And actually, instead of running boats smashing into other boats tonight, we're actually going to run Reefer After Dark so that you guys can watch that hilarity. We can talk. You can see us talk cannabis and talk about and watch some Reddit cringe, and it was a lot of fun. And then again, last night on Rockfin and on all of our channels, as well as co-streaming to Noli D's channel and Blind Justice's channel, we did a 2.5 hour stream with Mike Nelson from Blind Justice, talking about his case and what's happened to him in the state of North Carolina, which is just awful. He's a disabled veteran who's been just persecuted and treated horribly, and they're in debt, and their case doesn't seem to ever end. It's heartbreaking, it's angering, and everyone really needs to be talking about it. And again, thanks to Mike for coming on last night, and to everyone for watching and hanging out. But yeah, so we've been busy, and we're gonna have a lot more coming up in the next couple weeks. We've got Misty booked for after the 11th. I also wanted to give a shout out to Misty for the 11th of April. I believe it's either the 10th or 11th. There's an event starting with End the Damn Wars in DC. They're going to protest on the 2-year anniversary of Assange being taken from the Ecuadorian embassy. I think it might even be the 3-year. And so they're going to protest live in DC. Bunch of people getting together, renting an Airbnb. They're going to do T-shirts and flyers. And I know that Misty's renting a tent. There's a GoFundMe for that, and we're totally supporting that. Everyone get to DC if you can, please, and support that. And free Julian Assange. Congratulations to the Assange family on the wedding. And Awesome, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything that everybody is doing to support this show, to support INN, to support independent media. And now I've done a lot of talking. I'm gonna welcome Stephanie in and give her a chance to just kind of introduce herself, talk about like kind of what's important to her, what she's doing here, why she's in INN, how she met us all, and give a little story. So I'm gonna put you on the spot, Stephanie. Go ahead.
No, I don't do good on the spot. Stop. Okay, this is kind of sort of my first like live stream, so please forgive me if I'm a little awkward. But I'm actually here to honestly to help out, of course, INN, and to represent women. We need some women on here, and there are a lot of things going on right now that really need to be talked about that are not being talked about in the mainstream media. A lot of Indigenous women are disappearing and being found murdered.
We're going to get to that story later tonight, for sure.
But honestly, I'm just here to help this movement move along and try to keep everyone's spirit up so they don't lose hope, because it can be heartbreaking. Every disappointment feels heartbreaking, but we cannot give up. We have to keep fighting the good fight.
Yep.
That's why I'm here. I'm here to fight for everybody.
We appreciate it.
And speak for those who can't speak for themselves.
What we're all trying to do. So I want to get to our main screen now, and you can hit the doodly doop. I go to a thumbnail, and now we can see everybody here. And now you'll be able to still see, Stephanie, what I'm seeing here. And this is this screen and this window is what everyone's going to see. This is independentleft.news. Okay, this is the current edition. I didn't even curate or update or move it around today. I've been so busy during the day, I barely even got a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
So this is about the
I can
Minneapolis
barely
teachers.
see it.
Oh, really? Oh, boy.
Yeah, and I even have my glasses on. I'm trying to see the chat.
Oh, boy. Okay. Let me see, because it's blown up pretty good already, so I don't know how much more I can blow it up, but I can. Is that better? Is that any better?
It's about the same, sir.
I can isolate to just the window. Hold on, I can fix that. 1 second. Change windows and just share.
I wish I could see the comments. I would love to comment.
How's that window?
Oh, there we go. That's perfect.
There
Thank
you go.
you.
Okay, so now you can see what I'm seeing, and this is what everybody's going to see next to us. So,
right.
So this is the current edition. This is from today. It published and refreshes every day at noon Eastern. You can see I had an interview with Kit Cabello last Saturday for Friends of Indie Left. More stories, and then all the videos in the slider. Hey, look at that guy. There's that handsome Colin guy. He's over in chat, and he was on with JB earlier today. That video is featured in leftist.today and in independentleft.news. Primo Radical with Colonel Wilkerson. And again, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of video clips and live streams. And this is just over the last 24 hours. It's pretty unbelievable how much content is being generated right now out there, all the way back to Katie Halper, I think, who is live or was just finished up live right now. Now,
it's really good that we're doing this because mainstream media doesn't cover any of these things that we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why we're doing it. On top of that, you can even see our Discord framed in, so you can join our Discord. That's independentleft.gg. This is last week's episode of How Did We Miss That? So anybody who wants to go back or watch it live right on Independent Left News, you don't even have to go to the YouTube channel, but you can click right there and you can go to it. On top of that, we also publish leftist.today. Usually we publish this every day. If I refresh this, there's actually a new post published because it is the post for this stream, where again, you can watch this live in our Substack. Here are all the other links to where we're broadcasting and streaming live right now. And then an idea, a summary of some of the stories what the stories we're going to cover, links to find and follow everybody, and to subscribe to all of our channels and pages everywhere. And usually what we do with this on a daily basis is we are summarizing and grabbing the top 6 videos and top 6 articles that are on Independent Left News to give more of a showcase to the video content, because it's kind of buried in that slider. But then we look at the articles. I also grab a tweet from either the person who wrote it or from the outlet that published it or somebody who shared it that had a good thing to add on to it. So Caitlin Johnstone, you can see. So this one is just from yesterday. We didn't do one today. And look at that. We actually wrote that article last week. This is the clip and the Substack from IndieNews.Network. And we're going to talk about another article that I co-wrote this week with The Dissident. So been inspired to write lately. It's been a lot of fun doing that. So just wanted to go through and show everybody what these websites are, where they can find them, and why we put them together and what they include. So everybody definitely go and sign up. Again, leftist.today or independentleftnews.substack.com. That's what this website is. Again, totally free to sign up. I don't monetize the thing. It's free to all. So let's go to our thumbnail, and I'm going to get to our first story. Okay, we're going to switch the thumbnail, and we're going to go back to the main screen. And this is one of my favorite stories of 2022. And it comes from Truthout, and it is a good one because it reflects where so many of us are, right?
It does. It really does.
Okay. Disillusioned with Dems and GOP, independents are now the largest voter group in the United States. Love it.
Yep, registered independent right here.
Same here. Josephine Lee Truthout, right? So They're talking about somebody here in Arizona, how where a drought has caused a shortage, a tier 1 shortage. Jeez. Well, water is becoming a problem. And of course, the water shortage has been overshadowed by the election fraud. Now, I wouldn't call it so-called election fraud, but still, they're spending a lot of time and energy on something that we're never going to, not never, but in this case, this one won't be resolved. We can fix things moving forward, but we're not going to continue to litigate and argue something that's already, 2 years old. The guy's in office and we're already here. So,
2 years-ish. I always say year-ish because it seems like a lot longer.
Right? It's unbelievable. Considering the focus on election law, so they're worried about, so here we go. Independents now make up the largest voter group in the country. As of mid-January, 46% of those surveyed by a Gallup poll, and I always take Gallup polls with a grain of salt, okay? But they identify as independents, while only 28% as Democrats and 24% as Republicans. They almost outnumber Democrats and Republicans combined. And then in other figures, I have seen that they do outnumber Democrats and Republicans combined, which is a good thing. The problem is you get a lot of those people not showing up at the polls. But according to 2018, they're most likely to be younger, male and white, right? But
yes.
growing among other groups.
Well, remember the last primaries we had? How many showed up? Like the show out for the last primaries was crazy amazing. But I honestly don't know if it'll be that way this time.
Yeah.
Just because the Dems have really, really, really screwed up.
Yep. Well, yeah, and then they're trying to sell this turd like they actually have done something.
Exactly.
Besides a child tax credit and $1,400 that was supposed to be $2,000. And there are other things, but it's been disappointing to say the least when they had majorities and, again, rotating villains that they could easily strong arm and muscle, but choose not to on a daily basis. So,
Mansion.
no, cinema. Yeah, I mean, but again, that's just the rotating villain. That's just who they choose. This time is going to play the bad guy, and they're happy to fill that role because it's going to make them wealthy and elevate their national status. I mean, word is Joe Manchin wants to be president someday, and he's got the money and the contacts and the skills to do it. Unfortunately, he's got the ruthlessness, and he's willing to use his political, whatever you want to call it, his political muscle and his influence to actually change the agenda and affect the agenda. Unlike,
I don't understand how one person can literally have so much power, like even almost more power than our president.
well,
Literally,
right.
like
He is the president
yeah.
in a lot of ways because it's not passing without his say-so. I mean, the president's going to have to eventually sign off on it, but it's never going to make it to his desk without Joe Manchin. So look at that. Biden's approval ratings dropped 32%, almost in half since last April in a year. All right. And twice the number of Republicans came out to vote for Greg Abbott than Beto.
Oh, God, help us.
Oh, he's totally going to win again. There's no doubt. Beto's going to get boat raced. I mean, it's going to be embarrassing. All right. Republican turnout exceeded Democratic by nearly 74%. It's guaranteed that whoever wins the Republican primary is going to win the Texas governorship. All right. Far greater than the 45% difference in the 2018 midterm elections. It's pretty unbelievable how much ground Texas Republicans have gained, even in spite of the freeze out that happened under their watch. As Rick Perry went to become the energy secretary and completely butchered it. It's pretty ridiculous, right? So then we're talking about most independents polled are opposed to efforts to remove books from schools and a total abortion ban. And they align more with, again, I would say Democrats, but there are Democrats that are even, Democrats are right behind banning and censorship. Now they were behind removing books from schools. Well, there are some fourth grade transgender things that people, even the Democrats and the liberals, are starting to get upset about. Okay. And again,
I call those purists.
Right. So again, what this means, while independents are opposed to culture war politics and extreme political views, right? But disillusionment with Biden among independents may result in low voter turnout rates for Democratic candidates. That's about Captain Obvious right there. All right, but that is a really important statement for people, and especially the people that aren't plugged in and paying attention, to understand. It's really, I love that they just come out right out and say it. Independents could unwillingly propel Republicans toward a congressional. Well, it's not that they were unwillingly doing it. It's that Democrats aren't doing enough to earn the vote. See how they put it? The framing of this is disgraceful. Okay, honestly, it's a great headline, and then the article gets you angry because it's blaming independents already if Republicans win. Wait a minute.
Yep.
How about taking responsibility and accountability for not earning their votes? Okay, so here,
Absolutely not.
Registered
And
independents.
being a woman,
go ahead.
Being a woman in the Republican nut jobs that we have actually that are going to be in charge, it's devastating news. I mean, it's really, really devastating. Here in the South, I live in Arkansas. It's really, really bad. So, I mean, we have Sarah Huckabee Sanders running for governor, if that tells you anything.
Welcome to Arkansas, right? Well, again, but sad that there are independents, there are lefties, and you're living there too, and you're completely underrepresented. And that's what's angering me about this. It makes me happy, and it also makes me crestfallen and sad and angry, because it means that while 46% of the country does not identify as a Republican or a Democrat, we have zero representation in Congress. None. Bernie Sanders caucuses with Democrats. He's basically a Democrat. Okay. Thomas Massey, basically a Republican, caucuses with Republicans. We have no representation for 46% of the country. All right. And that's what makes me angry. So again, what's amazing, 35% of the total number of registered voters in Maricopa County for the first time, exceeding registered Republicans and Democrats.
Wow.
That's where independents actually can swing an election. Statewide, they make up 34.2%, just behind Republicans, ahead of Democrats.
But do they want to? That's the whole thing. I mean,
and where's the
trend line?
Can we
get them to the polls?
Well, where's the trend line heading? And that's what they're showing, is that by 2036, 43% of the voters will be independents, whereas you have about 28 or 30% in each direction, which again means that combined, that, let me see if I can blow that up. I can't. I can actually open it in a new tab. I don't want to do that. Open image in a new tab. Can I do that? Yes.
Sorry, guys. I'm blind, even with my glasses.
No, that's okay. Now everybody can see it bigger. It's not just for you.
Okay.
There you go. So what it's showing again is that you have Republicans that are trending towards 29%, Democrats towards 30%, and independents and third parties toward 43%, heading towards 2036, if the things continue the way they continue. And of course, nothing ever continues the way it continues. So
some things don't change, like the Democrats, for instance.
They unfortunately don't change enough. So now they're going to go to an anecdotal story about one of many veterans who identifies as independents, right? 41% of Iraq and Afghanistan veterans identify as independent or third party. 36% is Republican, 22% is Democrat. Democrats are not any friend to the military, as you can see, which is interesting because they give them an awful lot of freaking money for war.
Yeah, unfortunately, the men who actually do and women who do the actual work don't really get the money that they deserve. The people above them do, but, normal everyday soldiers, they don't get paid enough.
Right?
At all to do what they're doing. They do not.
It's unbelievable. So, again, prior to this, McNichol served as a U.S. mechanic in the U.S. Army. Now he works for Tesla. All right. He voted Green, Jill Stein, and Gary Johnson 2020 because they didn't support Iraq. Right. Veterans are for peace. We don't have an anti-war party at all. Again, promises McNichol. He promises to build what is he running now? Yeah, I guess he's running for an office. He voted for this. Where?
Yeah, actually,
no, it
I
just shows
saw
that he's
that.
an independent voter. Right?
Where he was
started to
running.
observe that promises to build. Oh, he started to observe that promises turn into profits. Kellogg, Brown and Root. Right, Brown and Root's always gotten a whole bunch of money all the way back to the 1960s. They were involved in Vietnam before the Kellogg's bought them. While I was there, I started hearing things like KBR gets $100 a bag for laundry. They get $100 for a plate of food, $6 a can of soda, all these inflated expenses, right? Nobody's keeping accounting or track of this stuff. So that's what started to get him upset, and all these neither party really cares, is paying attention to any kind of accountability, right?
They're out of touch with what the real people need. They're completely out of touch.
Yeah, they're all mostly millionaires. So some veterans of the Afghanistan war report they feel as if they broke a promise to Afghans when they withdrew, right? And he found VA inundated and unprepared to help returning soldiers. Well, we've heard that a long time. The wait times being out as far as 18 months to see a doctor, which when you've got 22 veterans a day committing suicide is beyond disgraceful.
See, that's what I'm talking about. They don't care about the ordinary men and women
Nope.
that fought for them. They are
fodder.
ordinary soldiers that do the fighting. They don't care. And once they're out, they're done with you.
Yeah, they're cannon fodder. It's really sad. Then we again. So again, I don't want to read the entire article. This is an awesome article from Truth Out about third parties and independents. Independent voters that they interviewed described a rigged electoral system. Wow, where have you heard that before? We've definitely been saying that. Okay. These voters face hurdles at the ballot box. 23 U.S. states closed presidential primaries, meaning that an independent can't even vote in a primary for who the candidate's going to be in the general election. Right? 30 states require voters to declare party affiliation. You can't even declare as independent. Right? Certain states don't even allow you to run as independent. In 11 states, more than half of all legislative seats don't have major party competition at all in 2020. They're basically already pre-decided seats where once you win the primary, you win the seat because it's overall, like in your district, most likely, I'm guessing, would be overwhelmingly Republican, right, Steph?
Yes, definitely. We are extremely red.
So all a Republican needs to do is win the primary, and you're basically skating to the general election to a win because you're going to trounce the Democrat in your district unless you completely mess up. And that's what they're saying, is that they don't have major party competition. It is a safe red seat or a safe blue seat. And that's a problem because it means that there's a large percentage of that population that's not represented, number one. And it takes a huge swing in population demographics in order to change that. And then you have gerrymandering on top of it and the intentional keeping it the way that it is because that's exactly how they want it. So you have independent voting and open primaries education fund. We want to see voter registration without party affiliation. Right. I mean, why do we need to tell you who we're going to vote for beforehand? I mean, why can't we show
nobody's
up to both
business.
primary? Why can't we show up to every primary, to the Green Party primary, and help and influence who we want as the candidates in addition to who we want to actually win in the fall? It's beyond frustrating. Again, so independents began to see the control of the electoral process by two parties was fused with the larger economic and social circumstances in the country. Exactly. So you've got corporations that control the two parties, and they're effectively setting the narrative because they also own the media corporations that everybody sees. So they're setting what the parameters are. They're telling you who the candidates are. They're telling you which side it's A versus B and not A versus B, C, D, and E the way it is in just about every other country around the world. All right, beyond open primaries, those interviewed support electoral reform measures, independent redistricting, top 2 or 4 winners and from primaries compete. That's ranked choice voting. There's first past the post. But ranked choice voting is what California, Washington State already have such a system. Maine actually, I think, just implemented ranked choice voting as well. Yeah, others support ranked choice voting already. There you go. So top 2 or 4 winners. I think that's first past the post. That's where, for example, in California, you can have 2 Democrats running against each other because those 2 scored the best in the open primary, which is also a better way to run things. Though Republicans then are completely shut out, if the 2 most popular candidates are Democrats, shouldn't those be the ones that everybody gets to vote on in the fall? I tend to like that answer.
Makes sense to me.
As well. Again, for mainstream talk of all Latinos in Florida shifting their loyalties Republicans. All right, data on independence represents a less certain picture. So it would make sense that they would go independent, because nobody wants to be bound by a certain party or certain ideology. They want to be represented by someone who represents their views, regardless of the letter that's next to their name. And
Absolutely.
That's, again, this is independent left. That's exactly what we talk about here. And again, independents now make up almost 30% of all registered voters in Florida, and that's going to exceed Republicans and Democrats within a decade, or about a decade.
If we make it that long.
Yeah. I hear you. Again, here's the trend line for Florida, and looking at the growth and the increase in independence. Again, you've got that yellow line is going from 26 to 28 to 31 to 34 and exceeding the blue line, which is the Democrats, and the red line, which is the Republicans. So in Florida, still registered Democrats outnumber registered Republicans. Thing is the Republicans get people to show up at the polls more.
Yeah. Well, if the Democrats would keep just one of the promises that they make, instead of just kicking the can down the road, then maybe, people would show up and vote for them. But they don't. They don't care.
Right here.
And Republicans just assholes. And we really don't have any good choices. There are no good choices.
Nope. Well, that's why we're trying to get more independents to put their name out there and at least balance out what's happening here and call out the two-party duopoly and all the corruption that's happening, and point out the amount of corporations and who's actually buying and funding these, these senators, these representatives at definitely the national level, but even at the state level, the governors looking into their donors and their funding and exposing who their donors are as an opponent is crushing. Look, you had a guy who was supposed to be the next Speaker of the House a few years ago, unseated by an unknown because the ties that he had to Wall Street were exposed and regularly routinely talked about in campaign ads in primary, and he lost. That was Eric Cantor out of Virginia. But yes, both corporate parties definitely do suck, Frankie. Thank you. Gil, to address your question, independent, meaning that we are independent of either party, we are independent of advertisers as well, and we are independent of platform because we scream and we are everywhere. Again, this guy supported Joe Biden because he wanted to get the other guy. I didn't even want to say Trump's name. Biden made a lot of promises and then failed to follow through. So now I'm independent, effectively. Okay? Yeah. And then not happy about, wants to see government address climate change, opposes Florida's Don't Say Gay bill, which we're definitely opposed to from DeSantis.
That's crazy. That is just like crazy to me. That is how, I don't understand how they can get away with it.
I don't either. It's not exactly framed that way, and all the Republicans will yell at you and say it's not exactly that. It's just this and that, but it's discriminatory. And yeah, I mean, it's again trying to put people back in a closet that don't belong there or don't deserve to be, or 100%. That's not where we're at. So
Right.
politicians using Florida's children as playing cards, pawns, of course. All right. So talking about both Republicans and Democrats, we are disillusioned with both parties. It's not just about Biden. It's Democrats. Republicans suck as badly as Democrats. Okay, this guy's from Georgia. His hometown is lacking in educational opportunities and job mobility, right? Of course. And now Ludowici, now that's in Georgia, with a population of only less than 2,500, 56% white, 36% African American, votes largely conservative. And the Democrats abandoned the community when they believed they couldn't compete for the vote, which is what they do. Okay, they only back the districts where they think they might even have a fighting chance, rather than building a base or a foundation even for the next election cycle. Again, short-sighted, because every 4 years you have a whole crop of 18 to 22-year-olds coming in that have never voted before, that all tend to have the opportunity and tend to vote to the left and for independents and third parties. That's what this was pointing out with the Latinos. I won't say Latinx. Just shout out to Angel Rodriguez about Latinx.
Thank you.
Dumas Rodriguez's statements echo the findings of September 2020 survey by Politico, our favorite, among Gen Z voters. All right, almost half of Gen Z respondents said that they voted more against Trump rather than for Biden. Wow, there's a shocker, really. We didn't know that? Yeah, Biden sucks, and so does Biden. Both parties suck, Johnson. That was, again, one of the best speeches in 2020. I don't know what the hell happened to that guy, but that speech was unbelievable. 42% of Gen Z identifies independent. Now, what happens, again, over time is they get polarized by TV. They get polarized by cable news. They get polarized by their job, by their community, by their church, and influenced.
Family.
And they go from being independent now, when they're younger, to affiliating with a party and kind of aligning with an ideology and identifying either as Democrat or Republican. That's what it's traditionally been. Now it seems that it's changing. Again, I'm one of those people that it's changing for. I'm a Gen Xer, and I have been independent. I voted Republican very early on. I lean left now, and I vote independent. I vote green. I'm done voting for Democrats forever.
I did not know that.
I voted for the first George Bush in 1992. That was my first election. I was young, so I was young and I didn't know any better. That basically, when you're 18, a lot of times when you don't have a political ideology, you basically vote the way your parents did or how you were raised, and
exactly
that's how I got started. And then I had an awakening and got into the workforce and talked to other people and people who were struggling and people who from all walks of life where you maybe not so much when I was growing up. And it broadened my whole horizon towards that and opened my thinking to the point where by the time I was even 20, 22 or 24, 26, I was voting very differently and already starting to vote independent and do write-in candidates because I knew that both parties suck. All right, and I hate that waste your vote write-in candidate. Guess what? All these states, for the most part, are decided anyway. So write-in candidate, go ahead. But write-in Mickey Mouse. Tell them how bad you think they all suck. All right. Here, black. Again, you ain't black if you don't vote. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Or if you vote for Trump, right? More than a quarter of black voters, right? Of course, Biden said that, right? That was one of his things. He said it to Charlemagne the God, right? But more than a quarter of black voters registered as independent and may be looking for an alternative to both major black parties. Talk to our friends over Revolutionary Blackout Network about that. Sabby Sab, shout out to Nick, Socialist MMA. Follow everybody over there. That's exactly the demographic that they're talking about here. African Americans who are not represented by either party and are angry about it. Okay, president's approval rating among black voters declined by, again, 20%. So this is a really in-depth article by Truth Out. Again, keeps going and going and going, and it uses anecdotal. Okay, it also talks about how third party lack access to voter rolls and funding. The two parties have. They often are facing legal challenges like the Greens getting kicked off the ballot in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania in 2020 to try to level the playing field for Democrats, although people that tend to vote Green won't vote Democrat, and that's what the statistics show. Okay, here we go. Regrets his vote for Clinton in 2016, and he is a chair of the Green Party Allegheny chapter, Matt Nemeth, 27 years old. Parents voted for Trump. He's not down with that. He sees what's going on, that neither party has delivered, and both parties are in bed with corporations. Both parties.
That tells you something when the younger generation seem to be more intelligent than their parents or, even older people. I mean, that tells you something right there.
And here they're showcasing an independent making a bid for a seat in 3rd Congressional District in Tennessee. So we totally support independents running for office. Again, we're not crazy about the electoral system the way it's structured because of all of the hurdles and obstacles that are against independents. But we still need independent candidates running. We need independent candidates calling out the corruption of the two major party candidates. We need independents making noise. Because if we're not, then they get all the airtime and all the space. And that's what I love. Here, look at this. Fed up with wealth inequality, childcare, healthcare, underfunded schools, affordable housing. That's why we need people to run. People who are inspired by that. People who aren't millionaires. And she's not.
And we definitely need, local, everything from dog catcher to senators.
Right?
To vote local. That's so important to know, is to vote local if you want any change.
What's her name? Amber Heisel. Bless you, Amber Heisel. I don't know if she was on the RBN third party summit last week. If not, I will definitely introduce her to Compton J and make sure that she gets some airtime and some light with RBN and with our space for sure, because we want to lift up independent candidates that are calling out the duopoly. Again, we don't expect them to really challenge for the seats, at least up front, but at least to knock down the corporatists and expose what they are and let people know how dirty these people are and what their motivations are and what they're doing behind the scenes and who's funding them and why they're doing what they're doing. I think that's really huge, and I commend that still. It's a Sisyphean task to push that rock uphill, knowing that it's going to roll that back down on you. But somebody has to do it. Again, just like what we're doing in fighting a multi-billion-dollar corporate machine, a narrative management propaganda machine. That's what we're doing every day here. We're fighting that machine. And we know that it's probably going to be impossible, but yet we do it every day because what the hell else are we going to do? Somebody's got to. All right, so that's us. That's the first story down. I know that one took a little while, and thank you so much for sticking with us on that. That was a lot of fun.
It's a really good one. That was a very, very, very good one.
Thank you. And I want to check in on chat and say hi to whoever's here. It looks like we have 11 people watching live across platforms, plus a couple people on the Rockfin. Thank you so much for anybody who's on Rockfin watching. I wish I could see it. Oh, okay. So Human Love Solidarity's here in the chat, and Frankie Lee saying vote independent or write in your name. Now, what I can do for you, Steph, is if you can see... Oh, no, you can only see that screen. Sorry. I was going to try to put you up on my OBS, but Democratic Party is not the Lords. The people with the money are not working behind the scenes. Gil Gordon, thank you so much for being here. How much is money spent per year on lobbyists? Way too much. We need to outlaw lobbyists. We need to outlaw, private money, private financing of elections. We need to outlaw all of this bribery that's happening. It's outright open bribery happening in plain sight on a daily basis.
Yeah, they don't care about hiding it anymore because they know they can get away with it. Right? It's scary how brazen these people are now.
It's crazy.
It's scary. Like they know they're not going to be held accountable for their actions.
Right.
So,
So I'm going to move on to our next story. First, I do the thumbnail, so we do that, and that way I know to edit. And now we'll go to the two of us with the screen. Yay! Okay, this is working. Ooh, beautiful. Oh, here we go. And we've got Human Love Solidarity's chat right there. All right, so the next story is robots are coming for the white-collar jobs. So not only have they come for the automation and the factory workers' jobs, now they are coming for the more white-collar jobs, the office jobs, and that's what we're going to read about here. And this is by Jim Hightower from Other Words. Jim Hightower. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so first it was immigrants for white collar jobs, and now it's robot coming for white collar jobs.
Yep.
This is nut. This is nut job stuff. I mean,
yeah.
Okay,
Well,
I'm done.
wait.
I just.
Well, wait. You know what? Honestly, like some of this, you kind of see the graphic in the robot. I feel like that's me in a way, because I'm on my phone, I'm on my computer, I got charts in front of me, I got notebooks open, I got 3 keyboards and 2 mice and a Stream Deck and 7 screens. So tell me how that's not me right there. I just don't have a robot head. I have a human head.
Totally.
But I do have that many
And
arms.
a tie.
Right?
Or a tie.
Right? No, I don't wear a tie. I definitely don't wear a tie. So again, in corporate speak, there are no job cuts. Instead, firings are blandly referred to as employment adjustments. Ugh, I love that. All right. Jim Hightower, this guy writes poetry. And again, this is not a short article. I will actually, it looks like it is pretty short. Beautiful. So we'll just go through it pretty quick. Okay, employment adjustments. Now, though, corporate wordsmiths will need a whole new thesaurus of euphemisms for the corporate massive job cuts coming in the higher echelons of the corporate structure. Listen to that word speak. Robot process automation is coming, all right, where RPA, you build a bot, costs less than $10,000 a year, and it takes out 2 to 4 humans worth of work. Saves you $200,000 worth of salary, benefits, and puts 2 to 4 people out of work simultaneously. So they were worried about pushing automation, but ironically, fourth industrial revolution type of stuff, they manufactured consent for a reason for everybody to have to stay inside, to move towards automation, to move towards computerization, to move towards remote work, to move towards figuring everything out online. Okay, but it's also discombobulated the workplace, diverted public attention that corporate bosses have been emboldened to rush ahead. Because, and I work for a global company that is a little disconnected, if you can eliminate some of the lack of communication that's happening across divisions, sometimes because you're not bumping into each other in the hallway. Say, hey, Bob, what are you working on? I don't know, John, I've been checking this out. Look at this. And there's none of that happening where people aren't bumping into their colleagues and talking about just what they're doing. And there's a lack of ingenuity happening. There's a lot of things happening. And they're looking at, well, how do we recreate some of that? So we think any business process can be automated, right? Half to 2/3 of all tests are being done that can be done by machines now. And I would say that half of what I'm doing right now in publishing and posting and collating and aggregating can be done by machines. The problem is that the other half can't, and that half is dependent upon a human to actually either look at something, make an adjustment, have a thought, and then make a decision and push a button. And what they're talking about is now that decisioning engines will be coming out of robots, and that's going to be the next level of technology. So conventional corporate wisdom, it's gross.
That's dangerous right there.
That's when you get into AI, like literally like the movie with Will Smith. All right. We haven't hit the exponential point of this stuff yet. And when we do, it's going to be dramatic, but it's already coming. iRobot, not AI. I was thinking of iRobot.
Oh no, you're right about that. I was actually seeing some AI dogs, automatic dogs, now that the New York City Police are trying to use automated dogs.
Yeah, the robot dogs. They're also using them in Hawaii to work with the homeless people there, houseless people, and I even saw one administering a COVID shot, which is as scary as all hell. Yeah, there's a picture of a robot dog giving a COVID shot to a houseless person in Hawaii. 100%. I definitely saw that. I saw it on this show with Reef. I don't know, weeks ago, months ago.
See,
sure.
That's how much they care about.
They're coming for us all.
The homeless.
So next level automation, Jim Hightower, Other Words. Definitely subscribe to this publication. And this was featured in Nation of Change. Nation of Change is another aggregator that does some amazing work. They focus a lot on environmental stuff, on election stuff. I know Robert Reich and a couple of we would call them shit libby guys are also there, but excellent writers as well, and a lot of good stories come out of Nation of Change. So big fan and supporter of their work. So check out and support Nation of Change, independent, and they're bringing in, again, outlets that you don't ordinarily see. They bring in stuff from inequality.org, and they bring in stuff from Open Secrets, and again, kind of like us, showcasing other independent websites that spotlight corruption. So we'll go back to us, and I will flip to our next story, which also is a little bit about the workforce. Let's do that. Thumbnail first, and now we go to Starbucks. And again, one of my favorite writers and favorite journalists is Sharon Zhang from Truth Out. She is definitely a member of the All-Star team. There's about 20 or 25 writers that are pretty incredible and spot on most of the time.
Truth Out.
And it's not even necessarily Truth Out specifically, because there are a lot of people at Truth Out that I'm not a big fan of necessarily, but Sharon Zhang specifically, I can read a headline and tell you that it was written by Sharon Zhang. That's how good she is and how much she's a standout above most of the writers there. And again, they have a great writing staff. They have John Neffel. They've got William Rivers Pitt. They've got other members. And again, I know these lineups like I used to know baseball lineups. It's pretty amazing. How I just transferred my love of sports to a love of journalism and a love of news and a love of writers and outlets like this. Okay, so again, Sharon Zhang, Truth Out. Give her a follow at Zhang_Sharon on Twitter. You can share this article, but Seattle Starbucks workers, I buried the lead, have unanimously voted to form a union. So Starbucks unionization has been happening, and this is something that Reef and I have been covering basically since we started the show. One of the main focuses of How Do We Miss That has been labor and the organizing of labor against the bosses and against corporation. We've been covering strikes, Striketober and Strikevember, and we participated in the General Strike Summit. I was one of the first people back last summer to start calling for a trucker strike, and you saw what happened in Canada earlier this year. We are big fans and advocates for using the power of labor to bring corporations and the bosses to their knees and to get equal fair share pay, working conditions, and living wages for all workers, and respect and
exactly.
and dignified treatment. I mean, some of the stuff, think about the Frito-Lay strike, for example, that happened this summer. And I'm frozen on the Starbucks thing. But even during the Frito-Lay strike, these guys were working 84-hour weekly shifts, 16-hour days, and they were required to do it. Basically, go home, sleep, eat, and come back 7 days a week and no days off. Well,
that's just so wrong.
To make Doritos and Fritos. Like, come on, man. So... Starbucks.
I love my Doritos, but not that much.
Oh, yeah. No, we definitely have been boycotting Frito-Lay in this house for a while. I know they settled the strike, and we want to support the workers by actually having products that Frito-Lay can sell, but we definitely would look to support local companies that don't exploit workers nearly to that level if we can on our chip selection.
That is true. I have boycotted Starbucks.
So again, in the Broadway and Denny's store in Seattle, downtown Seattle, 9-0, the workers voted to become the 7th location with SEIU affiliated workers to unionize. So, of course, that's Seattle is Starbucks' backyard, and they just rehired Howard Schultz, their old CEO, who's also a notorious union buster. And again, Sharon's killer. All right. Broadway and Denny store filed to unionize is a popular location for corporate employees to visit on their way to work. Located in Howard Schultz's home district, and only 10 minutes from HQ. So that's big. And while they've been using, like I said, aggressive union busting tactics in other parts of the country, it treated pro-union employees with much more respect. Well, that's good to hear. While they tried to union bust by singling out individual workers during the first weeks of their campaign, it stopped abruptly after a month, which was great. Which it was really jarring. It's pretty amazing. They just kind of gave up and were like, all right, you guys want to unionize? Fine. Because they realized that their customers are unhappy hearing that their workers are not able to have collective bargaining. And Starbucks treats their employees okay, but if all these people are voting to unionize, there's a reason why. So when you have the group and there's an entire process to go through and filing with the NLRB, in telling that you intend to, you have to get union cards, and there's an entire process, like I said, and I'm just proud that these people are going through it, because statistics and studies have shown that collective bargaining against these corporations, workers end up treated better, paid better, with better benefits than workers that don't collectively bargain with an employer, and with private employers. Okay, but Mesa and Memphis, almost all the organizers, they fired a bit of color. All right, and that's pretty interesting. So they're saying that there might even be a racial element to that, right?
Sounds like it.
Workers condemn Starbucks for union busting. Of course, there's a right side to history and a wrong side to history. And right now, Starbucks is on the wrong side of history. Can't agree with that more.
Yep.
Right.
Like Arkansas is a right to work state, so we're it's.
But still, nationally, you can still have unions, I believe. Even if it's a right to work state, there's still the ability, I think, to unionize in the state. I'm pretty sure that Amazon workers were talking about that, but I'll definitely look into that. But this is pretty interesting. Schultz is preparing to take over for Kevin Johnson as interim CEO. And workers have said that he's being brought in specifically because he's anti-union. All right. Several locations in a roastery were unionized in the 80s, and then it was decertified in the 90s when he was running it. And then in 99, he described unionization as a personal affront to him and his leadership, because he's not a benevolent enough king that the workers need to organize against him. He sees it again as a personal insult, and that is just arrogant, obnoxious, and ridiculous at the same time. While he did help build a business, whatever, but he did it on the backs of all these workers. And there's plenty of Starbucks workers that would tell you that they were not necessarily taken care of. Okay, so in a letter to Schultz sent by Bernie Sanders, he called on them to stop union busting and obey the law. So again, they're still doing this right now. It's happening in Memphis. It happened in Buffalo. I mean, the Buffalo Starbucks, it was well documented, all the things that the corporation was doing to try to discourage them from unionizing. So good on Starbucks workers in Seattle. We encourage and want to see more of this. If the workers want to organize, okay, to take power back from management, okay, we're also fan of labor owning the means of production, and worker co-ops and different structures, stakeholder vested interest, 100%, and not specifically accountable to, where they're also sharing in profits, and their labor is actually getting them, they're participating in the gains that their labor is yielding. So that is the Starbucks story, which is really kind of heartwarming and exciting that they're starting to get some traction against the corporation. So that's us. Next is kind of A not so fun story. Again, I'm going to go back to thumbnail, and now we've got. Oh wait, wrong one. I'm missing one. I just closed the wrong window. Hold on. Hold on.
Just saw it.
Yeah, I know. This one. There we go. Okay, so it's from Jake Johnson, again, another member of the All-Star team, one of the best writers, and Common Dreams has, in my opinion, the best team of writers overall, top to bottom, in the business. It's close, and it's getting more and more competitive. Mint Press News does some awesome work. Consortium News does some awesome work. Common Dreams has a much larger staff, it feels like. And again, I can name 7, 8, 10 writers out of Common Dreams who are just top-notch. Jake Johnson is one of the leaders of that, for sure. So, report rings alarm over private equity's grip on home health and hospice industries. And I don't think this is any surprise to anybody who's been watching here, who's been paying attention on the left, but I love that they're calling it out and they're writing an article that everybody can really read and understand. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit more for you.
There you go.
Here you go. So, private equity is buying up companies, right? Extracting as much possible as profit as possible, and often with disastrous consequences. So in recent years, according to a new report, PE firms have increasingly sunk their teeth into the fast-growing home health care and hospice industries because the parasites need to profit off of grandma and grandpa and the growing baby boomer generation that is now coming to retirement and needing all kinds of home health services. So,
and this is something I'm going through personally. My grandmother is going through this personally right now.
I think everybody, just about everybody, either knows somebody or is related to somebody who is going through it right now. Okay? Due to increased demand, stable Medicare, Medicaid reimbursement schemes, home health care and hospice services have increasingly been provided by for-profit companies provided by PE stakeholder project. As for-profit home health care and hospice companies have become more profitable, PE firms have turned to them as reliable sources of revenue in the healthcare sector. Right. So very, very benevolent. Unfortunately, they've been linked to lower standards of care compared to their nonprofit counterparts, including but not limited to lower number of visits to patients by healthcare professionals in their final days of hospice, higher rates of hospitalization in home health care, and poorly paid yet highly stressed employees in both sectors. I don't think this is a surprise to anyone. We covered the Wisconsin healthcare system, and those are actually not-for-profit hospitals where they actually stopped employees for one day from going to the other hospital for a better job because it would have meant that the trauma, they would have lost their status as a level 1 trauma center, which would have hurt their community. So a judge actually stopped them from going to the other hospital. Reef and I covered that a few weeks ago. It's pretty amazing. It happened. It was resolved within a weekend. So it happened on Friday, and then by midday Monday, they were able to go to their new jobs. But the fact that a judge was able to stop somebody from privately going from one hospital to another is insane.
I hope my mascara is waterproof because this one is
a
big one.
Yeah. So again, private equity investments in nursing homes has come under scrutiny again, and I think that David Sirota, the Daily Poster, did some amazing work in exposing what happened with Andrew Cuomo in the nursing homes in New York, and talking about the immunity waiver that they had built in for the COVID stuff. And initially, that immunity waiver, the model and template for that was when COVID first hit in New York nursing homes that are run by private equity firms, they pushed that through and made sure that they had liability immunity from being charged with anybody's death due to COVID and exposing them to COVID. Yeah, here. How many grandmothers and grandfathers died because profits were prized above lives, with our taxpayer dollars funding this? And he's right. Bill Pascrell, who is one of my local reps, he's not my local, my representative, but I think he represents somebody I'm related to's district. Analysts have suggested a growing mistrust of nursing homes, right? All right, so what we're looking at is home-based healthcare, where you've got family taking care because the people that work there, while they're doing all they can, they are overstressed, and they've cut the number of beds. They doubled the number of beds that each person has to operate and to look after. And you push the bell and you push the bell, and nobody can come because there's nobody monitoring the nurse's station because they're already taking care of somebody else because they have too many patients to look after. And why?
My aunt works at a nursing home. At a nursing home.
And a lot of this is going towards private equity profits, and it's an even less regulated space because it's private. All right, the nursing homes, but this home health care, home health, at-home hospice, and now again, private equity is starting to dip into this division and provide nurses and aides. And again, they're going to understaff them. They're going to overwork them. And unfortunately, the money and the power that they have, and that's what's been happening. You see BlackRock and you see Vanguard. These are the two largest hedge funds that have been buying up a lot of these companies. Then you have KKR, Kohlberg, Kravis, and Reigns, I think it's called. I think it's the name of it. But you've got these massive hedge funds again. So here, right for the taking, hospice payments. Medicare accounts for 85.4%, Medicaid for 5%, managed care or private insurance 6.9% in hospice payments. So you've got a large private insurance, managed care, private insurance. That's 7% of the puzzle alone. That's tons of money. And then others, including charity and self-pay, is only 3%. But you've got, again, hospice payments are mostly coming from Medicare. So they know that the government, Medicare, is a reliable payee or a payor. So they want to get into wherever you can get Medicare and then bill the government for whatever they can at Medicare rates because it's profitable. And they figured out a way to make it profitable because they squeeze the workers. They squeeze the salaries. They squeeze more people into more beds. And then what they do is they don't even offer full-time work to a lot of these nurses so they don't have to pay benefits. And the nurses are paying for their own health care, and they can't even go to the hospitals that they work at.
That is terrible.
Right?
That's disgusting. I mean,
what did I just say?
It's literally disgusting. People can get away with this.
KKR, right? So here's Bright Spring, which is a client hit her head twice before dying in 2016. Once when her wheelchair wasn't properly secured in her company van, and another time days later when she fell out getting out of bed due to lacking rails, which she required given the damage sustained from a stroke. And it's because not enough people are paying attention. Not everyone has a patient advocate. Not everyone has a family member that's fighting every day for them. And God bless the people who are those patient advocates, because without a squeaky wheel, unfortunately, sadly, a lot of these people are treated horribly. And it's, live your whole life to be treated like dirt and end up poor and giving all your money toward these private equity firms to have. I mean, some of these facilities, $8,000-$10,000 a month in my area for managed care, live-ins, and again, and they're paying it. So
they took all of my grandmother's money, all of it. All of my mom's money. And it still wasn't enough. She had to finally get Medicaid to have them take care of her.
Yeah. My mother-in-law's on Medicaid as well because she's worked her whole life and had no, her savings completely gone and no retirement, and she's living off Social Security and her health care needs to be, she's on Medicare and Medicaid and look at this. Oh, Blackstone submitted false claims to state Medicaid programs for non-invasive ventilators that patients didn't use or were not medically necessary. How much did they make there? Right? APRI is engaged in a practice known as dividend recapitalization, which is used by private equity companies to enrich investors at the expense of underlying businesses. And look at how much they paid its owners and investors and executives.
Oh.
$460 million paying out by taking on $400 million of new debt. Now, this is something that we've seen private equity firms do for decades now. Capitalism literally killing. That's right, Frankie Lee. Thank you. But there's actually a movie called Barbarians at the Gate, and it's about the first leveraged buyout that happened and about these private equity firms and how they got started. And what they do is they buy a company like what Eddie Lampier did with Toys R Us, for example, or Sears. I'm sorry, Sears and Kmart. So what Sears and Kmart did, Sears bought out Kmart and then decided to sell it to a private equity firm who then loaded it up with a ton of debt, hundreds of millions of dollars. They paid out the private equity firm in consulting fees and management fees, hundreds of millions of dollars. And in the end, the company went out of business. The pension fund got looted, and the employees were left holding the bag. It happened at Toys R Us. It happened at Sears Kmart. It's happened over and over and over again over time. And this is one of the things that these leveraged buyout parasites do. Private equity. And now they're doing it to the home health industry. So
sorry guys, this is hitting a bit close to home.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry for
Oh no, it needs to be discussed. It's important.
Yep.
It's very important.
So what they're talking about is transparency laws, strengthening transparency laws requiring changes in ownership, control of home health care and hospice companies to be reported to the federal government. So a lot of times when they buy it, you don't even know that they got acquired by a hedge fund. And all of a sudden you just start seeing services cut and hours cut, and people start getting let go and replaced with lower wage people. And all of a sudden your culture's gone and changes almost overnight. And we've seen that happen too. So he also recommends prohibiting or limiting dividend recapitalization, of course, strengthening regulatory oversight. So these are some of the things that we can do to private equity to stop them from doing this. Of course, Elizabeth Warren held hearings, reintroduced new legislation titled the Stop Wall Street Looting Act to combat private equity. But of course, we know that most of Congress is bought and owned by private equity. So that's really window dressing going nowhere and designed as a campaign slogan.
More lip service.
Thanks, Liz. That's not very nice. Wait, was that a snake noise, Liz? For Liz? What?
I didn't do it.
Yeah, we didn't do that. What happened here? I'm losing the chat on Twitch, so I can't put the chats up. Okay. Anyway, Gil Gordon, we have a lot of people here. Were they shooting pool? Final word for me. Orwell. Thank you, Gil Gordon, for hanging out. Appreciate it. Take care. E. Heller, Frankie Lee, thank you. Okay, so we are going to now get to next my story. I co-wrote a story this week with a dissident, another INN member who remains anonymous, sort of like I do, but even more so because we've never even like heard the dissident's voice. We've only seen them write, and pretty badass dude. But let's go. What did I do? Whoa. Hey, thanks, Pasta.
What did you do?
I hit the wrong button and I went back to the theme song. Okay, so now we're going to go to... So what happened, I was inspired because somebody on Facebook sent a message to me and said, are all progressives in the U.S. pro-Russia and pro-Putin? And I started to write a response, and I guess it triggered me in a way, So rather than just respond to this person via DM, which is what I did do, I then copied that DM and response and pasted it into a Substack and built upon it and expanded upon it a little bit. And next thing you knew, it started to turn into an article. And I sent a copy of it to our friend, the dissident, and he decided to append it. He's like, this is really good stuff. And I'm like, I was going to add this link and this link and link in this. He's like, I can add some stuff in there too. And next thing you know, we had a co-written article published by the dissident, and go follow the dissident. It's the307.substack.com, at leftist_news12 on Twitter. definitely hook him up. And now he's got a Patreon, so definitely you can hook him up with some weed money if he smokes. I think he does. Anyway, Indie News Network, and of course me, Indie, we publish this together. So before we do that, I just want to refresh one thing here, which is the Twitchit thing here.
I have to admit, it's a very well written article.
Well, thank you.
But we might have a few differences.
You can disagree. You can disagree with me,
opinion.
and that's good. That's what we want to have that conversation about. Okay, now I'm able to put this back up on screen, but for some reason it's not continuing to scroll with the chat. So, so my answer here is to this person who asked about, are we pro Russia and pro Putin? The answer is that we are not pro Putin. We are anti-war. Okay, and of course Putin did invade, but there are reasons for doing that, and again, this is where I was writing this as a response, and then this was appended and enhanced. So this is also the dissident's words, but I'm gonna straight up read it out. We don't see Russia as any more guilty than the U.S., who helped create this problem in the first place, trying to be the world's policeman when we can't take care of our own. We're opposed to sending billions of dollars to the Azov Battalion, a Nazi militia that's officially part of the Ukrainians' National Guard. This happened after Joe Biden helped install a far-right puppet government in 2014 with Victoria Nuland and company. As the BBC reported at the time, the far-right nationalist group Right Sector played a major role in the Maidan coup. A now-deleted article in Foreign Policy magazine, dug up by Aaron Mate, said that the uncomfortable truth is that a sizable portion of Kiev's current government and the protesters who brought it to power are indeed fascists. These far-right forces were funded by the U.S. government's cutout USAID. This coup also led to a bloody civil war between the Ukrainian government and Russian-backed separatists, where 80% of civilian casualties occurred on the rebels' separatist side, according to the United Nations. This is, of course, not justification, like we said, for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which is illegal and has killed innocent civilians and has caused 3 million people to flee the country. This is simply an analysis of the well-documented events being ignored in the mainstream media that led to the current invasion and crisis that we're witnessing. So, after the overthrow in 2014 of the Yanukovych government, audio was released that showed them that then Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland handpicking the politicians that would make up the new Ukrainian government. Because of this, many in the Obama administration used this new puppet government for their own personal gain. How do you think Hunter ended up with the Burisma job? With experience on a gas company board for $50,000, $60,000 a month? No. He had no experience in the gas industry at that point. Why are people simply accepting the narrative being sold by paid shills for big corporations at face value? When the U.S. government lied to us about everything in Iraq, they lied about everything in Afghanistan, and all of that's come out long after the damage was done. The Afghanistan papers were devastating about the fact that there was no mission for years, and they just continued it mostly to benefit the defense contractors and keep the military getting their $700 billion a year. Why would anybody be encouraging this? We certainly are not. So, anyone who thinks the United States' involvement in this war is for noble or humanitarian reasons is naive, to put it nicely. Biden so far has killed 13,000 babies in Afghanistan with crushing sanctions, and he's continuing to fuel Saudi Arabia's genocidal war in Yemen. Okay, it's clear the U.S. intentions are to drag this war out as long as possible to weaken Russia's army. And as journalist Jonathan Cook said in a piece from InPress News, that the U.S., by contrast, wants a long proxy war of attrition, covertly supplying Ukrainian forces, indifferent as to whether they're nice ones or neo-Nazis, to bog Russia down in years of a difficult guerrilla warfare and counterinsurgency. Okay, that's actually very similar to what happened in 1980 with Afghanistan initially, when we funded the Taliban to begin with and gave money to Osama bin Laden. Yes, we did that in the 1980s. Okay.
Yes, that we did.
So what we wanted, what they're talking about is drawing Russia into a long local proxy war, spending money, resources, time, diverting away, and weakening Russia's position globally. So this strategy was detailed by Ned Price, who said that he was against Zelensky's openness to a diplomatic situation because the war was bigger than Ukraine. And as the U.S. is clearly pursuing a proxy war over a diplomatic solution, okay, as Dave DeCamp of Anti-War put it, that instead of pushing him to declare neutrality, the U.S. continues to arm Ukraine. Why? Okay, we know that they're going to get crushed. We cannot supply them with enough weapons, and unless we get involved ourselves personally, they cannot possibly defeat the Russians. They don't have the military, they don't have the people, they don't have the equipment, they don't have the technology. Okay,
They aren't doing too bad so far.
that it depends on who you ask. So, when asked if the U.S. is counseling Zelensky on negotiations, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Monday that they're in touch with Ukrainian officials every day, except that she also said that we're going to effectively send more weapons into the war zone. Not that we're brokering a peace process. We're not even having discussions of peace at all. And Blinken confirmed that on Tuesday. So
We know Putin doesn't want peace, though. We know he wants all of the land, that was the Soviet Union. He wants all of that.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily what he wants, but he definitely declared that region, the Donbass region, as an independent nation a week before he did this invasion, and basically warned Ukrainians and said, look, if you can stop this shelling and you can stop this from happening, but if you don't stop, attacking this region, we're going to go in and we're going to stop you from stopping them. And that's a lot of the argument that's happening here, on top of the fact that NATO has continued to expand eastward, etc. And does he want to rebuild the Russian Empire? I don't know. What he wants is NATO to not be involved with Ukraine, and for Ukraine to be at least a neutral zone, if not rebuilding. And not, again, I don't think he's looking to take over all of Ukraine. He wanted to have Donetsk. He wanted to have Luhansk, okay, and not even have. They are mostly Russian area that wanted to be part of Russia, though they are Ukrainian right now. Okay, and just like with Crimea in 2014, when they annexed Crimea, there were people in Crimea that were fighting to be part of Russia. Okay, and again, there's people saying that he funded the separatist movement and caused that unrest, just like we cause unrest everywhere else around the world. I'm not saying this guy's benevolent, and nobody's ever said that he was. What we're saying is that we've caused a lot of the problems to force his hand to the point where he had to do something. So when we attempted a coup in Venezuela, Russia sent hundreds of troops to stop the overthrow of Maduro. And by stretching this war out as long as possible, by flooding Ukraine with weapons and crushing Russia's economy with sanctions, the U.S. sees an opportunity to take out an obstacle to its regime change goals. And because that's exactly what happened, okay? It's the same thing with Syria. We're trying to do one thing, Russia's trying to do the exact opposite and make sure that we're not undermining a democratically elected government that isn't friendly to the United States, which we have done repeatedly all over the world. Okay, and here's something that I wrote, because some of this stuff was written by the dissident. This was word for word in the DMs. The sad truth is that it breaks down to a lot more nuance than just one side bad. All sides have gone wrong. It's about what we do now that we live in so that we live in peace, so that everybody moves forward equitably, so that the United States is not threatening Russia with all of our bases everywhere outside their country. What Russia does not have is bases surrounding the United States. But we have bases surrounding their country. What was that? Was that Reef or was that you? Okay. No, that was you. That's not even to make mention, like I said, of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline between Russia and Germany that was about to go operational, that we were desperate to stop as a country, nobody else. And we actually are benefiting now because the cutoff of Russian gas and that was going to be sold into Europe, we're now starting to pick up the slack and sell that to Europe at a much higher price, by the way. But now our oil, our gas companies, our LNG companies are actually selling more. So it's costing Europe more money to not buy from Russia. Okay. Or, for example, the expansion of NATO to add 14 countries east of Germany in the past 3 decades, when we committed back to Gorbachev that we would not expand 1 inch east of Germany. But we've continued to do it. And we continue to push the bear and poke the bear and poke the bear. And what do you think? What do you know? The bear roared. All right. So
he did.
multiple stories.
He
and
really
videos.
did.
Yeah, we really did. Okay, multiple stories and videos initially coming from Ukraine that were debunked as old footage, and that was another article that I wrote and that we covered here, where they were showing photos of kids saluting tanks, and they were trying to engender all kinds of sentiment. And it turns out those were from 2019, 2016. Zelensky in a bunker with all the gear on was from when he did a checkpoint stop in 2021. Had nothing to do with this war, but they were selling as if he was sitting on the front lines hanging out with soldiers. Not true. And they were selling a narrative, and they're still selling a narrative. And it's the same narrative that they sold as Andrew Cuomo 2 years ago. The sexy guy.
See, I didn't know that. That I did not know.
Mhm.
I honestly did not know that
Mm-hmm.
about Zelensky. I didn't know that.
Oh, there's a ton about Zelensky and the fact that he actually he's an actor in the country who played the role of the president in a TV show in Ukraine. That kind of, and then 4 years later ran for president and won. That's Zelensky's story. That's how he ended up as their president to begin with.
At least he hadn't dipped out like Afghanistan's president did in the middle of the night.
There were actually questions of whether he did skip out and go to Poland, but he's still there apparently, and he's still meeting with Putin, and he's still trying to negotiate something, although he's not really empowered to negotiate anything. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
I said there's questionable narrative story being put around Brett Renaud's death at a Ukrainian checkpoint, and we covered that last week in How Do We Miss That? All right, in the dossier. Yeah. And again, he's talking about how he was tragically killed. All right, and immediately the story and the narrative coming from all corporate media was he was killed by the Russians. He was killed by some kind of missile fire, and they definitely did it. Right down to denouncement from Boris Johnson within 1 hour of it being announced. And the whole thing to me sounded like a cover story was being put up. And sure enough, they talked to the guy who's in the car with him, and it came from gunfire. It didn't even come from a missile. And turns out there were no Russians in the area. It was an area that was controlled by Ukrainians, and it happened near a Ukrainian checkpoint controlled by Ukrainians. Who killed this guy? It wasn't the Russians. And that's what this article is saying. And again, where are you going to hear that on mainstream media? Nowhere, because they want you to believe Russians bad. And that's what this whole thing is saying. We are not pro-Putin. We are not pro any of the... Putin's an oligarch. He's a billionaire also. And he's a spy.
He's a freaking gangster.
He's a spy and a gangster, correct. Like, he's not a good dude. I never thought and purported that he was a good dude. No world leaders are. And again, the other thing that bothers the hell out of me is for 30 years, this guy's been around. But all of a sudden, in the last 2 years, in the last year, in the last couple of months, now he's Hitler. He hasn't. It's the narrative around this. It's universal, and if you don't believe it, then you're off the island and you're canceled with most of society, and it's really scary. Noli's here. Hi, Noli. Welcome. Okay, so like I said, so recently there's been a dangerous escalation that suggests that NATO may become militarily involved if Russia uses chemical weapons, but they set that up as a false flag. They said, well, if there's chemical weapons, then it's got to be Russia. All right? Sounds just like Syria. Biden recently...
Yeah, I was just going to say, sounds familiar.
Right? Biden recently said that they would respond if Russia uses chemical weapons in Ukraine. This is reminiscent of Obama's famous red line comments when he said that they would militarily intervene in Syria if chemical weapons were used. And then we saw 2018... Okay, again, Charles Glass of Harper's Magazine said it was an invitation for a false flag. And sure enough, 3 days ago, they're talking about chemical weapons, white phosphorus. We're starting to see it here now, and it's, yeah, right. Okay, and that's exactly what happened. Again, like I said, most notably in Duma, where Trump bombed Syria after an allegation of a chemical attack. And later, the whistleblowers within the chemical weapons watchdog, the OPCW, released a censor report to WikiLeaks that suggested that the attack was a false flag. Okay. Leaked documents even included an engineering report that suggested the alleged chlorine cylinders were manually placed, pointing to staging. This is in the assessment by Ian Henderson. So Biden is invoking an invitation.
How are we supposed to know what's real and what's not?
That's what they want.
At this point.
They don't want you to know. And whatever they tell you is real. That's what they want you to think. And don't question it.
But it's a real question for everyone watching. If y'all have an answer, please, help me out, because
Right? So, yeah, Tyrant Slayer Studios is saying that the intelligence agencies lied to Trump before that bombing. Okay, Noli, welcome to the chat. Also, Valerie's in here. Frankie Lee. Who else have we got in here? We've got E. Heller, Bacon. The Mad Crab is still hanging out. So we've got about 15 people watching. Plus, we got 4 on the Rockfin. Hello, welcome to Rockfin. Thank you, and welcome to How Did We Miss That? This is a news show where we cover some articles. And actually, I wrote this one, co-wrote this with our Indie News Network teammate, The Dissident. Everybody go and check out IndieNews.Network.substack.com. You can sign up. And all the Indie News Network members have access to be able to publish, to write, and to upload their videos and their podcasts to this platform. And they usually have their own Substack, as do we, as does The Dissident, as does Tara Reid, our sister in INN. Support Tara Reid and go to her Patreon for sure. Patreon.com/Tara Reid. Throw a couple of bucks if you can. She could really use it, and she could use the love and support. And we love and support her a ton. She's going to be doing live streams on Rockfin, by the way, and all other platforms starting on Tuesday. And she's going to be doing a regular weekly Tuesday show we're going to be helping her out with. And that will be co-streamed to Indie News Network, which we're really excited for. So our next story, I kind of jumped the gun a little bit there, but I'm going to go to a you and me talking. So that was my article and my little take. So I don't think that we disagreed very much or that we argued.
no, we didn't. My honest belief is that I don't care who maybe created the situation or whatever. The situation right now is that Ukraine is trying to defend itself against an invasion. And more power to them. I mean, that's just my view on it. As far as, like, right now, people are dying.
Yeah, we put them right in the middle of this thing, and they're essentially standing in front of bullets for us because we don't want to, and we don't want to get into a full-out war with Russia. And that's what's bothering me and what's disgraceful to me about this whole thing.
It is. It's sad. But you know, one thing I'm worried about is all this coverage about Ukraine. I'm beginning to wonder what we're being distracted from.
Well, we're being distracted from what's happening in Israel-Palestine. We're being distracted from a war in Yemen. We're being distracted from all the operations that our military is doing in Somalia. We're being distracted from
whatever's going on in Congress.
Right, absolutely, yes. From the corruption in Congress, and distracted from all the different unionization efforts that are happening, and trying to basically control narratives and then set what the parameters of what's acceptable conversation. The Arctic wars are just starting, according to Human Love and Solidarity, and how appropriate and how apropos that you would say that, because our next story, after we go say goodbye to Tara for a second, is our beautiful Antarctic ice shelf. But oh my God, wake up call. Antarctic ice shelf the size of LA has collapsed. Ah! How did we miss that?
Oh my God. I've told you, distractions.
This is what they're distracting us from. We're all gonna die. Okay. Andrea Hermanos, another member of the All-Star team. And I have to say that in the last 2 months, I think I featured more Andrea Hermanos articles than just about anybody else on How Did We Miss That. She's been outstanding, stepping up. And one night
I've definitely got to check these people out.
She wrote 2 articles in one day for Common Dreams that could have been both featured #1 lead articles. Outstanding stuff. I don't know if you know how hard it is to write this kind of stuff and pump it out on a daily basis. And the kind of dedication, again, just such a big fan. I'm sorry, Noli wants to send her money and she don't have Cash App, and she says F PayPal. Well, Noli, you can always hook it up. You can always send it to me and I'll hook her up. I think we are getting Tara set up with a Cash App. But like I said, I don't want to chip out our friends in the Arctic and talk about climate change and the Antarctic. Oh my God, an ice shelf the size of LA, right? So while humans are killing humans, governments are spending on weaponry. The environment is collapsing so that there will be no tomorrow. That's Yanis Varoufakis, of course. We know him very well from DM25. The collapse, as Guardian CNET reported, occurred around March 15th. During that week, an unprecedented heat wave hit the region. We knew that it was like 90 degrees, I think, at one point, 40 degrees Celsius above normal, which is crazy.
And you still have people who don't believe that climate change is real.
Yep.
And that we, as humans, affect it. I mean, I know we can't stop climate change, but we can help slow it down.
Yeah.
But
sure. The outlets pointed to a tweet with satellite imagery shared by Catherine Walker, an Earth and planetary scientist, the Woods Hole Oceanic Institute, and NASA. Right? Complete collapse of East End. Watch this.
am I allowed to cuss on here?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Yeah. What did I just do? Here. So this whole thing just see that piece right there? It just disappeared, broke right out. Jeez. Yep. And then this too. Here's another picture of it all just bloop, falling right in.
But yeah, climate change isn't real. It's all just a hoax.
Now here, Stef Lettermit of the Delft University in the Netherlands, of course it's Delft in the Netherlands, on Friday shared time-lapse videos of the change. You see the whole thing disappear. Bye. So Antarctic ice sheet expert Bertie Miles also provided historical visual context. The collapse in recent days is the end of a long-term multi-decadal demise of the ice shelf. The image below shows its extent in 73, and the red line, we're joined with the Shackleton ice shelf. Most of the loss took place from 73 to 2000, and this is all gone now.
We're in trouble. We're in big trouble.
Okay. Iceberg C-38 calved or broke free from the Conger ice shelf. C-38 comprised virtually all that remained of the Conger ice shelf, which was adjacent to the Glenser ice shelf, which calved last week as iceberg C-37. Floating tongues of glaciers that extend over the ocean, and the slow rate at which Antarctica's glaciers contribute to global sea rise by holding back the flow of ice into the sea. I don't know who watched An Inconvenient Truth back almost 20 years ago, would you believe? Al Gore did a movie about this and basically talked exactly about ice shelves and Antarctica and sea ice versus floating ice and sea level rise, and pretty much exactly what you're seeing here was exactly what was predicted in that movie. This ice shelf may have been fall, but it is in East Antarctica, which is considered less vulnerable. And what that means is that even the areas that were pretty stable, they're not very stable. George Monbiot pointed to a need for systemic changes to address climate change. Chef will push planetary conditions into a new state, and they're talking about if we lose West Antarctica, sea levels rise 2 feet. Coastlines get flooded, and maps get redrawn, literally.
Oh shit! And islands disappear.
We knew what was happening. The writing was on the wall, yet we continued opening oil fields, driving SUVs, leaving homes uninsulated. It's
this is what I mean by it being. This is what it means by what I meant by it. Just sometimes it just feels hopeless. Like everything we do isn't helping anything.
Yeah,
it just seems like it.
But I'd rather know than bury it, and a lot of people want to bury it, and they don't want to even know from it or see it reported upon. And not only is this one, this is from Are We So Screwed? We Are So Screwed. I also want to give a shout out to Aaron Brockovich. Okay, a day of visibility for water. I don't know if anybody knows, but March 22nd, 2 days ago, was World Water Day, or this week.
Oh.
So learn more about the basics of groundwater which is necessary for drinking water, sanitation, our food supply, and a natural world. And I'm not going to go through this whole long article because it is long and extensive, but I think it's really important. Okay, here we go. What always runs yet doesn't walk, often murmurs but doesn't talk, has a bed but doesn't sleep, has a mouth but never eats. And it's a river. So she's clever. Erin Brockovich, you know, she's an advocate. We've got our own Erin Brockovich in the chat here, Noli D, who goes out and helps people that are in trouble with the law and with law enforcement and police accountability, cop watch
love
stuff.
to meet her.
She's fantastic. Yep, you'll definitely be meeting her soon. INN family. So about 50% of the U.S. alone depend on groundwater for their drinking water supply, yet most people don't know the basics about this resource. What is it? How do we get it? How do we harvest? How do we... It's amazing. I mean, again, this is a long, extensive article. Why should we care more about it? 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, which we know. 96% of it is saline, and less than 1% is drinkable, potable water. All right. Surface water and groundwater are the potable water. And then stuff that we have to treat and filter in order to even drink it at all. Yep. Groundwater is overused when more water is abstracted from huge aquifers, right? Like huge problem, like in watering crops. In some cases, we don't know how much groundwater lies beneath our feet, which means we could be failing to harness a potentially vital water resource. Okay, exploring groundwater will be central to surviving and adapting to climate change. The only thing I don't want to hear is drill, baby, drill. I don't think Erin Brockovich is going to advocate for drill, baby, drill, but how do we regulate it? And that's a great question. So this is about regulating it and what the criteria the EPA has and what they're looking for to determine if it's
What
safe.
I worry about is them trying to privatize.
Oh, well, they're definitely doing that. And they're already, Wall Street is doing like water futures and stuff. They know that this is where, I mean, Kamala Harris kind of let the cat out of the bag earlier last year that she said basically the next frontier will be fought over water.
That is just, yeah. And the fact that Flint, Michigan still
has
doesn't
pipes.
have clean.
Nope, still doesn't have clean water. Sees Nestle 100%. They're getting Michigan clean water for free. If the EPA establishes a regulation for a contaminant, then public water systems need to comply with it. But if the EPA decides not to regulate, then it may issue a health advisory, which is a non-enforceable federal limit that serves as a technical guidance for federal, state, local officials. But let's take a moment to get clear. We have enforceable and non-enforceable regulations. Okay? So these are MCLs, maximum contaminant levels. And she talked about these flame retardant and fire retardant chemicals that are actually getting more into the public drinking water. And MCL is the legal threshold limit on the amount of substance allowed in public water systems according to the SDWA, Southern Something Water Association. Legal limit substance allowed. Okay.
Oh.
Per milligrams of drinking water, right. These standards are set by the EPA. Okay. They first look at what levels of contaminant can be present with no adverse health issues. And a lot of times we don't know about it until it's already killing people or getting them sick to begin with. All right.
Right.
MCL goal is set as close as possible by the goal, but the system is not perfect, as she says. Sometimes they'll establish a treatment technique instead of an MCL. Again, and this is really, I guess that's about it. Instead of an MCL, which is a procedure that must be followed to treat water as for a contaminant, enforceable, and it's not perfect regulation, but both MCLs and TTs are known as primary standards in EPA speak. They set standards based on the science available. However, the science is a little old or whatever. Maybe they know studies are coming out soon that says a contaminant could cause cancer, so they set a goal or a health advisory and not an MCL. It's just interesting. And again, she's just educating us about these things, and I'm grateful for her. Would you believe, okay, Erin Brockovich, major motion picture made about her. Julia Roberts started her as her, right? Ready for
I know, I was wondering with that.
Watch this. How many likes are there of this post? 3. Nobody sees this stuff. I don't know why. She's got a pretty good following on Twitter, but for whatever reason, this blog, this Substack gets very little love. And I'm a big fan.
I wonder if maybe she's getting
suppressed.
Yeah,
maybe, but she's a blue check, and she's friends with a lot of blue checks. And right now, she's actually tweeting out support of Ukraine on a daily basis. And I think she's buying into a lot of the liberal mainstream narrative about what's happening and how one-sided, with the one-sided coverage, and it's all Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. Well, what about all the Russian citizens that? They've now had
the
communications
sanctions
cut
are
off.
killing.
The sanctions are killing, that we've cut off from the rest of the civilized world, from the Western world. I wouldn't say civilized world because they're civilized too, but that we have forced this upon Russian citizens that didn't ask for any of this.
Exactly.
And I hate to do this to you, but I know that it's been a long night. I know you were pretty emotional. I'm gonna offer you to do the story you want to do. If you want to cover it, if you don't, I totally understand because it's been a long night already. But I have everything queued up.
I'm not sure if I'm ready to do a full thing. This kind of being my first.
That's why I'm asking. That's quite all right.
Real live stream, so maybe a practice first, and then I can come back on and we do we can do a full discussion about not just the Indigenous women missing and being found murdered, but also the attacks on Asian American women.
Yes. Yep. And what happened to the woman in New York City. I do want to bring up this National Geographic article that Stephanie shared. I'm going to put it in the chat, the link in the chat, so everybody can go and take a look at it. And we will cover it next time. I'll cover
I would like to say one thing about this. This
Noli
woman.
says she loves you, by the way. OMG.
Oh, thank you. This woman went into the police station and literally just asked the police officer, she wanted to find out if her daughter was dead. First thing he said to her was, "Did you know your daughter was on drugs? It was a transient." Those were the first things he said to her.
Oh my God, not even like, wow.
Yeah, and then she just said, "I just want to know if my daughter is dead." I mean, like, literally. And those were the first things he said to her. I mean, that is sick.
Yeah, please go read this article and talk about this story and be aware of what's happening to the Indigenous community and to the Indigenous women who are disappearing. It's happening
and
not just
being
Indigenous.
Found murdered.
Look! What happened down in Texas? I believe it's Fort Hood, where there's been several issues and incidents. What the heck is the name of that? That there's another thing down in again. Women. Men are the single greatest threat to women there are, and men are also the single greatest threat to men. And it's shameful and embarrassing at times, and that men can't handle rejection, can't be adults, can't be whatever. It's just, it's so angering and frustrating.
Sometimes women, I'm gonna give men, women can sometimes be just as terrible as men.
Yeah. All right.
They truly can.
I'm gonna cut it off for tonight again, and I'm gonna go back to just you and me.
Sure.
Okay. And I will take this off the screen and just go to you and I, so that you don't even have to watch this. We'll go back to Indie Left News, and I will turn on the screen so that you will watch monitor 1 in here.
Say goodnight.
Change windows, and I'm going to switch to screen 1, and this is the broadcasting software, so you can now see that. Okay, so we're just about done for tonight. However, we have a treat. I'm going to, after Stephanie and I leave, I'm going to run the Reefer After Dark from Friday night as our boats smashing into other boats segment. So everyone will be able to check out the hilarity of Jesse Jett joining Reef and I, and watch some Reddit stuff, and watch some brain bleach, because I know we need some brain bleach after this tonight. Again, I'm going to say thank you to everyone for being here, for hanging out with us, to Rockfin, to Noli D, who love Stephanie, can't wait to hang out with you, and we're definitely going to make that happen, and to Tyrant Slayer Studios, who's here, and to E. Heller in chat, and again, Frankie Lee, Green Wiccan, our friend, and Big Mad Crab, and everybody. Thank you again so much. Follow all of our stuff on Rockfin, on YouTube, on Twitter. We're everywhere. You know that. We're going to be doing some stuff this week, and we'll announce all of that. And again, clips will be going out to Rockfin exclusively first for 24 hours, and then we will release them on YouTube and everywhere else for free, and make it available to everyone for free on Rockfin as well. So thanks again, and I am going to say good night. And we are going to do, I've never done this before, and I actually set up a whole new capture. So we're going to try this. We're going to go to a
real
screen.
quick.
Go ahead, Stephanie. I'm going to give you a chance. Talk.
Thank you, everybody, for the support, especially with this being my first time. And any advice you would like to give me, I am open, and I appreciate every one of you. And please do not give up this fight.
Where can they follow you, Stephanie? Where can they get in touch?
Just under Stephanie Smith UD. Usually on Facebook.
On Facebook.
But I haven't been on Facebook in a while.
I
can't deal with the people.
I think you're at Stephanie_Smith4 or Stephanie UD4. What's your Twitter?
Yeah, it's Stephanie Smith -EUDY, but I am trying to get the last name off of there.
Gotcha. Stephanie Smith it is.
Yes.
Gotcha. Noli says, love you fuckers, and we love you too, Noli. You're the best. Noli, I did get that for Tara. We're gonna get that over to her. She hooked us up. And you did amazing for your first live stream. Again, we were on a live stream together actually with Tommy Nation back in the summertime. It was one of my first live streams. And again, just so grateful for you being here. You did phenomenal. And you're a great co-host. And hey, Kitty. Hey, Kitty. And again, good night, everybody. Follow independentleft.media. You can find all the links on our link tree. And hang out and watch Reef after this. So good night, everybody. Let me actually cue this up. Let's go to studio mode. Now I'm going to go to a thumbnail. I'm going to turn the audio off and live.
Brought to you jointly by Pfizer and Coors Light. While the centrists observe from a comfortable courtside, right in the thick of the action behind a partition. We're in a morbid position, a plague of evictions, born a comorbid condition of the cancer of wealth. I fantasize that I cancel myself, hands on your head, throw your best laid plans in the well. There are no more answers, questions go back on the
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Reefer After Dark that I've, scraped from the bottom of the barrel to bring to you today, right? So that's gonna be real good. I got two of my favorite homies here. I got Indie Left as his bird avatar himself. He's here, even though it says Jesse Jet on that. Weird. I had to here. Let's do this. That should be Jesse. If I move Jesse, okay. Look, it's Jesse. Jesse's here, right? And then we got my boy Indie Left News with his shit.
All right. Look at that.
What's up, everybody?
What's up?
What's up, Rockfin audience? The two people watching on Rockfin right now, live
on
for the first time
doing
ever
it
on Independent Left News Rockfin channel.
We're doing it live.
Wow.
We're doing it
live.
I want to see those Ray tokens coming right on in. Just give us all of those. We'll take those.
Super Rays.
Yep. Always appreciated on the pasta. On Reefer After Dark. I'm just gonna steal Pasta's thing. Always appreciated on Reefer. I can just keep it going. I have too many vowels.
I was actually doing a Steve Poikonen impression earlier, and he had to get really. Well, let me just fucking tell you exactly how it was going down. No fucking way was he going to show up there.
Oh my god, that's so good.
Thank you. I hear it frequently where it's like, we covered that.
Oh, I love
10 years ago.
Dude, I love Steve Poikonen. I love Slow News Day. That show is hilarious. You guys are killing me. And you do killer shit 6 months before anybody else does. I give you credit.
I love his pupper more than him. I just want the doggo. Just,
you know, if
me and
adorable,
Steve
for sure.
divorce, I hope I get the puppo. That's you know, that's the thing. Like
He's gonna fight you tooth and nail, man.
Yeah, he's
He'll let you
definitely
have
going
everything
to.
else, but that.
Yep. Yep. I saw that puppo was super happy over there in Vegas, just fucking running around in the desert. Just like, oh my God, there's land.
Right.
Like, you know, like
great.
I have room. But anyway, let's
Such
see
a
who we got in
beautiful
chat other than me. One watching now. Great. Fantastic. There's probably a bunch of people elsewhere, but let me refresh.
That's probably restream chat showing 4.
Well, that's pretty good.
We got Kriggs in chat over on the Rockfin.
Nice.
Kriggs.
What's up, Kriggs?
Yeah, just what I decided to do is
I can't pull up Rockfin
split the
chats,
audience further,
unfortunately.
because not only are we streaming for the first time on Indie Left News on Odyssey, but we're also streaming on IndieNews.Network's Odyssey for the first time ever, and nobody even knows it. I think I tweeted out the link once,
right?
But we're there.
Yep.
We're there. If somebody actually like looked in and said who's live, we're there. So if you like weed and you like hanging out and you like watching funny shit, you're gonna have a good time. You're gonna have a good time.
Little Birds told me that Jesse Jet got himself a new piece.
I did.
How's that going for you? You got it all set up and it's nice and clean.
Nice.
It'll never be this clean again.
It's just a little bubbler. But I actually didn't know I didn't know until after I got it. I go to pick it up and the bottom comes loose and it's got a grinder attached to it.
Oh, that's also useful.
I was like, damn, all right.
You're constantly going, where's my fucking grinder? I swear I fucking had a grinder. And you're smoking the bong. Like,
design. It used to make me mad because the bottom of this, it isn't actually sealed. It's got an open bottom and then it just has like an end cap that goes on the bottom to hold the water in, which is a little sketchy, but it's also nice to be able to take it off and clean it. And then you can also pop that off and just use it like a steamroller with a slide if you really want to just blow your sinuses,
blow your throat hole.
You know?
See, I was worried that if you that with the grinder in it, every time you put it down, you leave remnants and there'd be a circle of weed everywhere you put it.
Yeah. You need like an auto grinder into like a heated, bowl that you can just like press the button and it's like, yep, more weed.
Well, see,
more
currently,
weed,
this grinder here I have had for about 10 years. It's a wood one. And it's to the point where like it's just gumming at whatever I put in there. It doesn't have any bite to it anymore, So it's about time.
I have plenty of like grinder recommendations. I've been using the Lyft Innovations for a long time. Shout out Lyft. I'd love to sponsor them, but also the Canistore I hear is also pretty great.
Oh yeah.
It's got like a fucking whole big tall things and stores your weed at the bottom.
I'm a big fan of just the straight up, two sides. I'm not I'm not a keef collector guy. I usually don't like to have another,
I'm with you, Jesse, but I went with the metallic 2 sides and I went with a sweet leaf, which is really nice. Like $25.
Yeah. Both the
it's metal, it's got weight to it. Like God forbid somebody broke into this house.
I was about to say there's nothing like a grinder that you could chuck at somebody,
These all have
100%.
Every section is a quarter turn to come off, so it's pretty easy to just fucking like everything's quarter turn. And you can just put the keef collector just on the bottom. So if you don't want to like collect keef, you can just put most of those grinders like the Canistore and stuff are set up if people don't want to do that. There's options for them not to. So, but I kind of feel like the weed still gets me pretty fucking lit without all that keef on it. And then I get a little birthday gift at the end of like the month and be like, oh my God, the keef at the bottoms. I love it. Like, I'm always surprised. I'm like, oh shit, that's actually a lot of keef. Fantastic. Like,
See, I use a traditional box that has a screen in it, so I have a whole tray that all the keef goes down to, and then every once in a while, when I'm almost low, I scrape the whole thing, and next thing you know, you have a half a jar. It's like, oh my God, look at all this stuff.
That's like those
and you're good
they
for
have
another
like
week.
trim bins, right? Like I don't know if any of you ever done trimming. Good trim bins are like 2 layers, where you're trimming all the time, and all that dust is falling off and getting on your skizzers and. But you want it in the tray, and the tray has like a little mesh thing, just like your keef collectors and stuff. So all the keef collects at the bottom, or the big like slapstick ones that are similar to like how Indies does, but you put all your like extra like cutoffs and trim and stuff into that one box, and then you take it and you go like, and then all the keef like falls off of it. You're like, yes, and there's like a layer of keef on the bottom. Yep.
That's the scene out of Annie Hall with fucking Woody Allen sneezes on the thing.
But yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff set up for us tonight. I thought I'd share, some new singles from Mad Crab and the Dancing Lobsters. Shout out Crab. When he shows up, he'll be here. He's dope. So, and people always like hearing Jesse.
He was on our family stream.
Yep.
Figured I'd put that there.
Stream.
I bought
crazy week.
I bought new strings. Those are coming. I bought like new picks because I need those because everyone steals them. And now I got my slides coming in too, so I can just definitely slide lots of time slide. But like I don't know why Prince never figured out slide guitar. I think it would have went more with his like erotic gesturing, but like
didn't he? No, maybe he didn't. I'm trying to think that that solo he did. Oh God, it was him and a few other people doing While My Guitar Gently Weeps.
Yeah, it had him and like fucking
was it
had a
George
ton of
Harrison's
killers on
son,
that, right?
And some other guys. But yeah, I thought I could have sworn he was doing a slide solo, or maybe it just has an awful lot of slide-esque kind of intonation to it.
Does that? It's just Prince. Prince just does Prince things. As long as his guitar is purple, he can do it. Yeah.
Was that the concert for George?
Yep.
Yeah. I was talking with JB about.
It's a ridiculous solo too. That's in the top like 5 Prince solos in my opinion. It's just
great.
Ridiculous.
Like between that and the one on Bat Dance, like but people forget he did Batman. Like that's the funniest shit.
Yep.
It used to be like Prince was my like truancy officer's like favorite fucking like that and Sheila E. He was down for both of them.
Nice.
And it was just funny to see the big giant cop fucking dancing to Bat Dance. It's the fucking best.
Yep.
But
awesome.
anyway, how have you guys been? What have you guys been up to? I know Indy's been super busy getting all the rock fan and shit. What about you, Jesse? What have you been up to?
Oh, not much. Just wrapped up the work week, which is I'm ready for it. Trying to get my shit together, get a little bit of recording done this weekend. So get everything all kind of charged up and squared away. So tomorrow night is the big night. Making a whole pot of coffee. I'm gonna get at it.
So you got the Colombian special roast right out the lemur's ass. It's going right.
Yep.
Straight into the bloodstream.
I'm a Folgers black silk guy. If you've never tried it, it's just
I'll have to give it a shot. I'm super like fucking coffee snobby because I don't like coffee. So I have to like make really good coffee and then like cover it in other stuff so I don't taste it or it's not super bitter.
I like making just like fucking weapons grade like coffee that could get up and walk out on its own.
See, caffeine doesn't work for me, unfortunately. The whole my brain and stimulants don't do the same doobly do as everyone else. So coffee just I used to do gigs like all right. Imagine this fucking heart attack, right? Two of the BFGs, the BFCs or whatever from fucking Monster, 2 of those, right? 4 bottles of NOS, right? Okay.
Wait, what?
And that's when I thought caffeine worked. Okay. So that's like, it's like, otherwise it just makes me sleepy, right? But until I feel physical effects like fucking heart race and jitters.
Yep.
And then I'm like, oh yeah, that works. Not like everyone else. Like, no, it just wakes me up, and like, no, it kickstarts my shit, but I gotta get a lot in there, like, But yeah, those were mistakes I made in my youth. But like, I rushed real hard on a lot of those songs that day, But fucking, why is like all the slow numbers like fucking blast beats? I don't get it. Like
I think, did I tell you about the time that I was doing the gig? I was playing drums in a 3-piece in the Keys, and we take our break and we go out, we fire up 2 joints in the parking lot, and suddenly my guitarist and bassist, see a friend of theirs, and he's like, "Hey, you guys want to do a couple lines?" They run off to his car to do blow, and they leave me with both joints. So I smoke both joints, and they do a few lines, and we go inside and we start up, and they just start blistering through this like improv, and I'm just like halftime jazz, everything. We were just we were playing the same thing, but we were fucking miles apart.
Oh, those fucking things are always. I love like band stories like that. You know.
Yep.
We're fucking. Just
I've never tried coke. I don't want to meet cocaine, Jesse. I don't think the world's ready for that.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
Never had any. I'm a downers guy. You know what's like.
I don't. Think
I already got
metronome...
high blood pressure. I'm dodgy on the heart as is. Let's not take any chances.
The metronome and fucking Ableton don't go that high, is what you're saying. Like it just fucking, like
like,
garage band only goes up to like 160. You know.
I always said if I ever did it, my head would explode. Like same thing. Like I'm a little amped up right now. I'm on a little bit. I'm hopped up on Mountain Dew. You know, like.
Yeah. Here, do you want me to translate into Southern for you? I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew. Like, there you go. That's more, you know. Well, I'll come at you like a spider monkey. Like,
there it is.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Fucking fuck you, Grandpa. Like, fucking.
How much you want that weed, old man?
You're right. Fucking. There's a cougar in the car. Fucking. There's a trend on TikTok of guys like actually putting their cougar in the car, like they're older than them wife, like. And then they do that bit like I got a live cougar in the car. She's just wearing leopard print and shit. It's fucking terrible. It's fucking like, dude, we get it, you know. But anyway,
I'm not gonna look that up later or anything.
I know, right? But anyway, I do have stories for today since we're already 15 minutes in. How the time flies.
Cool.
So let's turn on audio. Make sure all that stuff's on. Go to our presentation screen. Right, make sure all the names are right there. Cool. I'm fucking doing
Put
shit.
A little water
good.
in this new piece and get loose.
Nice. So, Robbie Yeager's, stoned cousin in his basement, Kyle Yeager, right?
Nice.
From marijuanamoment.com. Federal marijuana legalization bill may receive House floor vote next week, sources say. So we know how Congress is going to fuck shit up. But anyway, so this is bill to federally legalize marijuana may be coming up on another House floor vote next week. Congressional staffer and key advocate familiar with the discussions told Marijuana Moment on Wednesday, but then emphasized that nothing is yet set in stone, despite recent calls from activists to bring the Marijuana Opportunity, Reinvestment, and Expungement Act more from House Judiciary Committee Chairman Gerald Nadler to the floor again this month. He's from New York, right?
Jane Ads on the case.
Oh, Jerry. Jane Ads. That's right.
Marijuana Moment reached out to the House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer and Nadler for a comment, but representatives were not immediately available, of course. Rumors of a floor vote, which would be the second time the MORE Act reached the full chamber after being approved in 2020, are now circulating weeks after congressional Democrats held a closed to press session at a party retreat. I love how they call them retreats. It makes it feel like you're gonna lose already, you know?
Closed to press session.
Yeah. Yep. They included a panel that largely centered on the reform legislation. So yeah, they're talking about Nadler's bill.
Sure they are.
High-level discussions about bringing the MORE Act to the floor again next week, but nothing has been officially announced. Their prohibitionist group, Smart Approaches to Marijuana, also signaled that they're aware of talks to put the bill before the chamber immediately. So apparently,
please tell me it was like a junket. Please tell me it was a junket, like the conference that I went to, where they're putting little dime bags around at everybody's chair, and they've got like little accessories.
Oh my God, do they need that
little
shit?
accessories for people to try, like a little welcome kit, like they do at the Oscars, right? It's a little dab for you. Yeah, you can totally get down with that, and you know they're going to give it to their grandkids anyway.
Right.
So throw it out, man. Hook it out. You guys own this shit anyway.
Here's something to give as a tip for all your prostitutes later.
Right.
That's right.
Both of you can right-click and pin me and make me big if you wish.
Well, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, you said I could do that before, and of course I'm a little high, and that didn't happen.
A little high. It also contains language to create a pathway for resentencing for those incarcerated for cannabis. Jesus Christ, the fucking like a pathway for resentencing. It's like what is that? That's like access to a pathway.
Yep, language to create a pathway.
Right, exactly. Language to create a pathway. Even I didn't even fucking notice that.
That's like Cy Oppenheimer kind of shit.
Right.
Exactly.
Yep. Protect immigrants from being denied citizenship over marijuana and prevent federal agencies from denying public benefits or security clearance due to its use. Meanwhile, advocates and stakeholders are eagerly awaiting the formal introduction of a separate Senate legalization bill that's being finalized by Chucky the Shoom. Schumer recently said the plan is to file that bill. Good for you, Schum. Fucking, that's the plan. I'm gonna file it. Just put it right there between fucking M and like B, you know, and like, do you think he files it under weed?
Under W,
like, right? So that's supposed to be in April, you know. Separate bill to tax and regulate marijuana is also in play this session from Nancy Mayer, South Carolina Republican, that she's sponsoring that. And she said in a recent interview that she's received assurances from Democratic leaders that her state's Reform Act will receive a hearing, whatever that fucking means. But anyway. Yeah,
that's the one in the Senate, right? Right? Is that what you're talking about? I was reading about this today. That like basically, it's a Republican trying to get this through in the Senate,
right?
And nobody wants to hear of it, and they're all just like, "Fuck you."
Apparently, it's going through into the House as well. So you know, if you've got those fucking assholes' number, you know, I'd give them a call and say, "Hey, fucking, I'd like weed, please."
Yeah, we could use some.
I've not looked into this fucking MORE Act specifically. I probably should, right? Actually read through the whole fucking thing and see where they fucked it up. You know? Like maybe fucking Robbie can get me in touch with Kyle Yeager and we'll get stoned and look through it. You know? I don't know if there is a relation, but in my head there needs to be. You know?
Well,
so
clearly.
But anyway, I wanted
in
to
your head.
Also bring people's attention to seeing as how that is happening. The Schaefer Commission. I don't know if any of you remember that. So in the early 70s, President Nixon appointed a group known as the Schaefer Commission to study cannabis and make recommendations. The commission issued a report on its finding on March 22nd in 72, calling for the decriminalization of cannabis possession in the United States at both the state and federal levels. The White House ignored it. So
sounds about right.
It's been how long to where can we just fucking get that like done already? You know,
50 years,
right? But anyway, so I thought you would enjoy this, Jesse. This fucking amazing.
Oh yes, I love this guy. I saw this.
Right,
this was so great.
He went outside to his fucking dentist or whatever and started just fucking wailing on the axe. Right? Like, and then he holds up a fucking sign that just says the fucking dentistry sucks ass or whatever the fuck. Like, fucking Western Dental sucks. Like, you know, just fucking sits out there all day. Fucking good for him, dude.
All right, that's hilarious.
He's got to hit those fucking hammers on, pull off and shit.
He's playing Eruption with one hand.
With one hand. He's hit those fucking little fucking hammer.
He's doing Eddie.
You know,
that's impressive as shit.
Oh my God, I saw the other day. I don't know how I'd never seen this in 2016 when Van Halen played on Jimmy Kimmel and David Lee Roth comes out with this steel pipe and he starts doing this martial arts routine and he cracks himself in the nose and busts his nose and just
fucking bleeding like a faucet and still proceeds to do half of Panama before he finally steps off to get some medical assistance. And then he comes back out and he's like, let's start the song over. And he's all like bandaged up and shit.
That's all
but
people
then someone
hear
said,
anyway.
like, every date on that tour, he opened up the show with a martial arts routine.
That's great.
That's what puts butts in seats, I guess.
I imagine Eddie Bravo does the fucking same thing, and he just fucking sits on his back, like, all right, get in my guard. I got to show martial arts.
Yeah.
Like, fucking
Diamond
he
Dave,
does
man.
have like a punk.
It's so great.
He does have a punk band, I think, Eddie Bravo.
Eddie starts ripping into solo, and Dave just starts doing all these karate kicks and shit, just chopping the air like Mac on It's Always Sunny. It's just
that's fucking great. Oh shit. All right, what else we got? So, first patient to communicate via brain implant asked to hear Tool album. Quick! I need fucking I need fucking, what is it? What's the fucking number one? I get it confused with Rush.
46 and 2.
46 and 2, yeah, like that. He needs that right now.
Chicago.
Didn't he list? I thought he asked to listen to the new Tool record.
I
Which,
think
if so, like,
yeah.
Man, just trust me. Listen to something old. Let's put on Anima for you, and you just forget the new record came out.
Right. In the first study of its kind, scientists were able to communicate with late-stage ALS patient using a brain implant and neurosignals. Among the few requests he painstakingly communicated was the desire to listen to a Tool album. And I just want to continue my version of the story right after this. And after listening to said album, he asked them to pull the plug. Like a fucking...
Yeah.
Like, fuck this.
Thanks. Thanks, I'm out.
But, yeah, following several months of unsuccessful efforts to effectively communicate with the patient, the team turned to neurofeedback, a process during which Science.org says a person attempts to modify their brain signals while getting a real-time measure of whether they are succeeding. So, that seems like it's totally going to be used only for good purposes. Employing audible tones that the patient could modify, researchers were able to work out a system in which the patient communicate entire sentences with some level of reliability. Many of the man's attempts failed, but over the course of the year, a whole fucking year this took.
Wait, are you talking about telepathy?
Pretty much, yes.
Nice.
Right, they're reading
It's
his
interesting.
brain signals.
I read some more into it, and from what I understand, it seems like the program kind of rewards you recognizing that it's getting it right. Like it kind of goes off of your signals of, oh fuck, that's it. And like once you do, then it starts kind
it's
of
like AI
building off of that.
Much, right?
It's very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it was like, it sounded like definitely some machine learning sort of like thing was helping out here, to where it's like, okay, this brainwave means learning. like I want a chocolate chip cookie, and this is, I need a Tool album, and this is bring me the closest bong you have, right?
Yep.
Like that, like those are the three. That's going to take him a lot longer to get those two sentences out, but, he did ask for it to be played loudly, dozens of thoughts, including, and this is going to kill the fathers in the audience, I love my cool son. That was one of the things that they put out, and I bet his son was like, that's definitely it. Write that as like check mark. That's what he said, but anyway, I love the where I got this news fucking letter, right? The Lamb of God, the lamb got it. But is that a T at the end?
Is it lamb goat? I think that's lamb goat.
Lamb goat?
Yes,
sure.
It looks like lamb goat.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Shout out lamb goat, I guess.
I guess more than lamb gut.
Right?
Or lamb
gutted.
Could it be lamb goot?
I mean, I'm thinking of God of Lamb, Lamb of God, delicious mint sauce, on top.
I would say lamb goat.
Right?
Would be my guess.
Both would go well with, mint sauce. But
that's a terrible D. If that's a D, that's the worst D I've ever seen in
terrible.
Yeah, right. Ever.
Terrible news has hit us today, boys. Doritos bags will now have 5 fewer chips, thanks to quote unquote inflation.
Even more air in the bag. Just what we needed.
Like, just fucking flip the table
Flip the
of
desk,
Doritos.
yeah.
Like, it's just all Doritos on the desk.
This interview is over.
Well, dude, this is the result of the Frito-Lay strike. Come on, they're squeezing the workers again. They're gypping the workers.
Thanks, Obama.
They're gypping the customers. They're gypping everybody, and now it's hitting our chips. Sign up at home. Just gotta fight for this.
Yep.
Fucking like look at this. Fucking so Penn Live at Patriot News. Right? I don't even know if this is a reputable place, but I'll fucking go with it.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Like, look at how they're fucking writing this. Gas prices are rising and chip numbers are falling. As a result of inflation, bags of Doritos will now include 5 fewer chips. Food and wine reports. I love how the wine part is in there because, you know, they definitely have worked out pairings with Doritos. You know, make sure that Cool Ranch definitely goes well with like a nice Beurre Blanc. You know, like, is just the latest snack that has fallen victim to quote unquote shrinkflation. Right? An ever-pervasive phenomenon in which beloved foodstuffs are getting cut down to size due to inflation. Like, fucking,
everything's due
right?
to inflation. Yeah, due to corporate profit inflation.
Right.
That's what you have to, from now on, you don't replace the word inflation. You just append the word inflation. So it's corporate profit inflation.
Well, I think
shrinkflation. Shrinkflation sounds like some weird slang term you'd find on like a subreddit about micro penises, you know?
Right? Yeah, it's cold.
It's something
it's
is really
pool.
it's cringy about that term. I don't know.
Like, yeah, I mean, they're talking about like how the snack's parent company Frito-Lay confirmed this week how shrinkflation is forcing Doritos to shed 5 chips per bag. There's got to be one guy at fucking Doritos pulling 5 chips out of a bag. Right, like, all right, that's 5.
That's a Seinfeld thing right there.
You know, it's like the fucking
shrinkage.
I Love Lucy.
I was in the pool. Shrinkflation. Get the fuck out of here.
The Daily Mail gives color, hopefully fucking orange, to the phenomenon by explaining how inflation has hit almost 8%, the highest seen in decades under Joe Biden. Other household names such as Charmin, Bounty, Gatorade, and Crest grappling with spiking costs while trying to keep prices at reasonable level. They used to talk about this with Hershey bars, right? So there was like a little snack size Hershey that was like always a nickel for like ever, right? And like Hershey always felt that should be the, you know, you should be able to, a kid should be able to take a fucking nickel and bring it to the cashier and get a fucking chocolate bar. And it used to be you got like a full fucking bar, right? And then it was just slowly over fucking time, it started turning into like the fun size. Right. And it's like now you couldn't even do that. You couldn't even afford the fucking packaging for a nickel. You know?
Nope.
But yeah, I mean, I just love how this fucking it seemed like all the stoners would be like, oh shit, not the Doritos. Like fucking but got some more people in chat. It's getting
pretty sad.
E-Heller's here. Cynic's here.
E-Heller.
Love y'all, fam.
Cynical Girl.
What up?
Lula Leftist. How are you? We've got a couple people actually watching on the rock thing.
Yes, and I'm so ready to see it again. This was so fucking funny.
Did you guys see the badass
the
video?
production values in this?
Stephanie, Craig,
someone synced this up with Highway to the Danger Zone.
Nice.
And it's,
oh my god,
it's such a good fit. It's
fucking amazing.
It's exquisite.
My favorite part.
It's top on.
My favorite part is the bit where they just all look at their clocks. They all just look at their watches, and they hold them.
Is that Kim Jong Un?
Yep.
The editing is top notch in this.
That's Kim Jong Un, his father Kim Jong Il, and his father Kim Jong Soon. That's how you remember it, you know.
Yes.
That's a nice bomber jacket, though. You know. Yes, it is top on. You know. Yeah.
It just writes
Tom
itself.
Cruise is gonna fucking do it next week.
Can I just say, Reef, it's especially dope with the smoke going across the borders.
Right.
I know,
it's a great touch.
It does make
Here
it look
comes
cooler.
synchronized watches.
Synchronized watches. Yeah,
Dun,
yeah. Jump cut.
Let's fucking go!
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Thumbs up.
What are you gonna do with that thing?
Nukes. Like, fucking what? And like, that's the end of the video. That's what they were hyping. Him driving out of the garage. Like, you know.
I'm just imagining like a bunch of American generals in a room watching this together for the first time. Okay, new North Korean propaganda film, gentlemen. We're gonna watch it right now. And they all watch and they get done. They're like, disgusting, shameless, disturbing. I'm hard as a rock. Are you? Oh my God, I'm super hard.
Definitely rock solid. How did they get this technology?
This would make a great movie. Can we get Tom Cruise on this? Like, George Clooney seems available, sir. You know, fucking like
Ashton Kutcher as well.
Ashton Kutcher, definitely. It's gonna be Clooney, Ashton Kutcher. That's that. We got 3 guys, right? Which one is Clooney? Which one's Ashton Kutcher? And which one's Tom Cruise? Right? Like,
well,
it's
Tom
Clooney
Cruise
in the middle.
I think Clooney's definitely the middle. This is Tom Cruise.
It's Clooney in the middle.
Right.
Yeah.
So
It's going to be easier to position Tom Cruise to where he looks reasonably tall if he's not the main character.
He's not in the middle, right?
You can
Exactly,
stage
number
him,
one.
like up
Right.
close,
You
where it's
can
like,
put him in
oh,
the
Tom
back.
Cruise, look at him
Yeah.
walking
Right,
by.
you-
Holy shit, he's huge.
We'll have
Right,
a
you
scene
do
of
the
him like
distance stuff.
running to over here, right? And then they do this bit, and then they go do other Korea stuff. It's gonna be great. You know,
And we'll have Tom Cruise doing that apple bottom jeans from Tropic
jeans,
Thunder.
boots with the fur. That'll be great.
He'll
That
dress
whole
up
bit-
like that.
You know what I love is that wasn't part of the movie. He just said he wanted to be a part of this, and he's got a character in mind, and that's what he brought to the
And
table.
then-
That
right,
was just
and it
so
was fucking
good.
great.
It's
raw,
so good.
unfiltered Cruise, just
So
totally
good.
unhinged,
Ugh.
and yeah, oh Jesus,
That's great.
Him and McConaughey in that
What a
scene
gem.
is just
yep.
oh, that's perfection.
So hopefully
When they're
everyone
negotiating, it's just- I love
at
it.
home is smoking up all their good stuff. You know, this is literally ASMR dabs. I love how that's now a fucking thing. Not only do we have to have ASMR, we have to have dab ASMR now, right? But I think this guy goes a little too hard on the dabs. You got 1 swipe,
Does he
2
touch the nail?
swipes,
Oh,
3 swipes. Right, this is one of these fancy drop-in place nails. So what you do is you heat up your fucking.
it's like dab porn.
You heat up your nail, and then you drop
Right.
that in the thing. Then you put your cap on, and so you get like a nice low temp.
Oh man,
And then delicious.
Holy sh!
that's how Richard Pryor almost died.
Well, that was half and half in cream.
Come
You
on,
know,
that
like
that
Too
wasn't
soon?
pure
Was that too
THC.
mm-mm.
Too soon, right? Too soon. How long's it been?
My favorite bit is where he takes out the fucking match and lights it and just goes, "That was me." Fucking like, that's my favorite part.
Well, I actually bought a disposable live. Was it rosin or live resin? It's live rosin, I believe. It was actually it was made by a company called Camp. I bought it when I was in Vegas, and
Nice.
I took a picture. I DM'd Lee Camp and I said, "Dude, I didn't know that you're also making cartridges." He goes, "Dude,
Right.
I do everything." And I said, "Yeah, you kind of do." So
Yep.
That's awesome.
Shout out
It
to
did
Lee
not
for yes
surprise me.
anding.
shout out to Lee Camp.
You know,
Go hook
yes
him up with his
anding is
Patreon. Like
the
everyone else is
fucking-
hooking
Yep.
up with his Patreon. He's good. Hook up
Steve
to our Reed with
also-
Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
Steve also fucking yes hands just like by default. I fucking love it. Like he knows you're doing a bit and he doesn't even care if you're being serious. He's gonna do the bit with you regardless. Like it's fucking great. You know.
Man, can I say a quick shout out to Tara? Because easily the coolest request I've ever had for a piece was when she wanted
Right.
stuff for her show.
I didn't know it was you.
Yeah,
Like-
the opening and closing pieces. She'd hit me up and she was like, "Hey, I have a project, I'd like you to do." And I was like, "Whatever, just say the word, like I'm on it."
Yeah.
And she's like, I want a piece for my podcast. And I thought it would be something kind of in the vein of what I was already doing. And I talked to her and she's got this idea that like she sent me a couple pieces of music that were kind of in the vein of what she wanted. And it was like moody, dark Renaissance vibes. And I was like, oh shit, okay, I'm commissioned for like a piece of music. You want like an actual something, and it was the
Right.
coolest challenge. So I gave her a couple things. I was like, tell me if these are anywhere close, and she wanted both of them. And so then there we were. But
to me,
yeah,
it was
that was
like
so
almost,
much fun to make those for her. Like, oh my God.
It's very Middle Eastern-y to me too, which I think that works, you know. But
I don't have an awful lot of opportunities to use that instrument tone, and that was the one. I was like, here we go.
Yeah,
it's made for it.
Breaking out the fucking what are those called? The fucking giant with the big like bowl, like body, and then like you gotta fucking take the fan and like, you know, like what's the one in Kung Fu Hustle that like fucking fights people? What's that thing called? The big like looks like a big giant dulcimer thing.
Is it
like
Guzhong?
Yeah, something like that. There's a lady that I see like on Reddit and stuff a lot that like will do covers of stuff with one of those, and it's fucking great.
Cool. That's awesome. I would love one of those. I have a little lap dulcimer, and I like to try to hold that up and actually play it like a mandolin because you can kind of get that same tone.
Those instruments, I have one somewhere. I need to get the like the little like slide part, not like the one you hold, right? But I just don't get it. There's like fucking 2 D strings. There's 2. They're on the same thing. Like why?
It's so weird.
Why would I not
I actually
tune that
used
to like
I used that on Through the Eyes. That fast kind of Middle Eastern sounding song on the Virus that I'm like sobbing throughout in the background.
Right.
That's dulcimer doing that. Like I wanted to try to make it sound like the balalaka, the Greek instrument.
Yeah.
And so I did kind of little triplet picks and just like fast runs on that. And it was, the dude dulcimer is super fun.
Fucking Colin's here shouting us out, shouting Jesse out specifically. Oh, I don't have chat
What up,
where you guys can see it. Let me fix that while we're doing stuff.
I can. Well, see, I have. It's not fair because I have chat up and I have Rockfin up and I'm looking at. I'm running.
I can't.
I'm
I suppose I can open up my phone
network
too. I can
stuff.
just.
So
You're
I've
good.
got the
Like,
control
watch
center
this.
here.
Watch this.
I can hop
just
into
whip.
YouTube.
Look at that. Now you can see it. Look, top left. There it is.
Thank you.
Nice.
You know. Now I got to go back to not studio mode. All right. I got other stuff.
Oh, Reef, I also I DM'd you something a few minutes ago when we were talking about Jerry Nadler.
Yeah.
I whipped up a quick little Jerry Nadler meme. I wanted to share with the class.
I can do that.
Opening
Puppers.
DMs and live streams.
Puppers, we're doing a show. Like I know it's dark. I get it.
Now we got
is
restream covering.
J-Nad's on the fucking beat. Nice.
J-Nad's on the beat.
Like, that's fucking funny. Oh, so what else I got? I got some other stuff.
As you were.
As I was. Engage. Okay.
Did I see your screen? I'm looking at the stream. I'm just seeing the 3 of us.
Give it a second. There's a 7-second delay, weirdo.
Thanks.
At least like 7, I think.
Yes, J-Nad's on the beat. Yeah, it's at least 7 seconds to Rockfin. Probably about 20 seconds. I see that.
Yeah.
J-Nads!
But here we go. This is why you
I feel like Internet Explorer browser watching.
This is why you gotta watch the Zoom. Just pop out the chat. Weirdo. What are you doing?
Because I'm watching the Rockfin chat, dude. I'm excited. We're on Rockfin for the first time ever.
You got the fucking shadow
Jaime,
cat?
shout out to Jaime and Martin at Rockfin. Shout out to Tara Reid. Shout out to Rob Durden for also emailing Jaime and saying we needed a channel. So again, thank you everybody for letting us be here because this is fucking awesome. Everybody we cover is on this
always
platform.
appreciated on the indie news space.
That's right. We're definitely fucking here now.
I feel like
I love that.
This is fucking everyone's dealer next week.
Yo, Vito, how you doing, dude?
Chilling, son. Chilling.
Yo, we doing Men's Legal.
Yo, man, not that shit right there. Matter of fact, that shit loud. Extra loud. Be careful with that.
Okay, respect.
Peace.
He's literally yelling at him.
Fucking damn, this shit's fucking is loud. ADHDers that self-medicate with marijuana. I know I'm something of a scientist myself. You know, I fucking love fucking rainy memes.
I'll apologize before I tell you, is anyone aware of the Willem Dafoe nude scene story? The legend surrounding.
I can. Yes,
okay.
I think it's also like Liam Neeson's as well.
Just
as
a
part
quick,
of this.
preface for anyone in chat. There's a Rubicon we're about to cross here that once you know, you can't unknow what you're about to learn about Willem Dafoe. So if you want to spare yourself, now's the time. He was on the set of a movie in early 80s where there was a nude scene planned, and they go to shoot it, and he strips down, and the director stops the scene and asks for a body double. And according to the director, Willem Dafoe's penis was, and I quote, distractingly large.
Yes.
To the point that he said if we'd kept him in the scene, people would have thought that was a part of the movie, and they wouldn't have focused on what the scene was about. They would have thought it was like, literally, it was big enough they would have thought it was a plot device of some sort, and it couldn't just be a natural man's penis. So they had to get a body double for him based on that fact alone, which is hilarious in and of itself. But how much does it suck to be the body double that like they bring on? They're like, sorry, we just need someone with a smaller penis,
smaller dick that looks just like Willem Dafoe.
Yeah. Lars von Trier was the director. Says
Oh my
Dafoe
God.
Yes, they go.
Confusingly large. Confusingly.
That's right. Dirk Diggler, E. Heller nailed it.
Yeah.
I'm a big, bright, shiny star. That's
PK,
right.
hold on. You had a stand-in
Is it
dick?
Boogie Nights? Is that who it's named for?
You had a stand-in dick for Defoe? Yes. We had to have, because Will's own was too big. Too big to fit in the screen? No, too big because everybody got very confused when they saw it. People would get intimidated, especially when he starts, when he ejaculates blood. That was that was the double. It's quite a trick. What
a conversation.
What?
Also, you definitely. So, anyways, that's why Willem Dafoe always looks so happy all the time.
Of course he does.
Such an affable guy, you know.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, Jesus,
that's awesome.
Good to know.
I've always loved Willem Dafoe, and now I love him that much more.
Good to know.
He played Clark in one of the Tom Clancy movies. He played like the super spy, super killer Clark.
The best role I think he's ever had, in my opinion, right, is the one with fucking Boondock Saints. He is incredible in both movies, right? Like that and John Wick, he fucking kills that shit too. But the Boondock Saints, he's fucking chef's kiss, you know? Like, but anyway.
Stroke, come here.
What else I got? I got some other stuff. So this is $47 in Southern California. That's $47.
Bro.
Like, when we taking a trip? Like, Fee, hook us up.
Is that 2 ounces? How much? Can we?
I mean, what we gotta do the 3 fingers. Like, we gotta go. Like, okay.
I mean, it's at least an ounce.
Like,
that's
okay,
that's what I mean. It's got to be.
Yeah, it's got to be an ounce. To me, that's an ounce package. Yeah,
that could be an ounce. That's a $47 ounce of some nice chronic.
Yeah, we get to zoom in on it. That's pretty decent.
Ooh.
You know. But let's see if we can zoom the.
Kitty.
Oh,
there you go. Granddaddy Purple.
17%. I don't see weight here, but unless this is it, but I doubt it.
No, that's a license ID. No, the weight's on the other side. Granddaddy Purple, though, that's a decent strain. We could always look that up. Weed maps and weed hub.
Okay, you know what? I don't think we've
pages.
ever actually discussed favorite strain.
Recently mine has been 7 of 9, which was like a hybrid named after the Star Trek character, who I'm also a big fan of. At least teenage me was. You know, but what's her real name? It's not Jolene Blaylock.
Oh, Jerry Ryan.
Jerry Ryan, right?
Jerry Ryan.
Yeah. Don't
I'm
watch
a
her
fan.
new
I like-
Star Trek show. Just don't. Just don't. You don't need the new Picard. It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, I've heard that.
It's bad.
I'm like
as a
old
Star Trek
school.
fan,
You know,
it's bad. Like,
yeah. Well, I'm
Ugh.
sorry, but yeah. So that's I've been to Amsterdam. The last time I was in Amsterdam, I was smoking some stuff at a place called Homegrown Fancy called Cheese. That was the most ridiculous stuff, and it tasted wonderful. And that's like one of the best strains that I like. Also, just a big fan of New York City Sour Diesel. And any kind of sativas. I'm a big
Chocolate
fan of
Diesel.
The Diesel
fan
just
of.
puts you into the couch.
Same.
Yeah.
That's, dude, anything, if I can get that just straight gas taste with a little bit
Chocolate
of pine
Diesel.
sol, you know?
Chocolate Diesel, which actually tastes like chocolate and like it somehow those two things together make
That shit hits your nose. It's like,
not
you can feel
diesel-y. Like it doesn't taste like petroleum like normal diesels do, right? It like somehow blends into a better, like warmer. It's real nice. If my weed sommelier skills are, it's like I want like a big nug. Be like, would you like some of the aged chocolate diesel? You know, like that's what I want. Like it's been chilled to a lovely, like that's the gig I want at restaurants. You know, just carrying around giant nugs for people.
So nice.
These dogs got into the giant fucking nugs though. Look at them. I was
Especially
gonna fetch
that
the
gray
ball.
one. Oh, that kind of bad.
But then I got high.
He needs some good shit.
Don't give your puppos weed. They don't like it apparently. At least THC from what I hear. So, you know, it is trying times out here, right? And you know, with the world going to shit, we need to prep for the worst. So, introducing the glong, right? A convenient smoking apparatus attached to your favorite 9mm.
For the homosexuals in the room.
Definitely. You know, I think Magnus is gonna buy one next week
with your weed.
Magnus Panvidia's got, you know, stock in this. It's gonna go great for him.
Well, when you just can't get enough gun with your weed, this is where you go.
This is although I feel like this is like a tandem thing. Like one person has to be shooting and the other person has to be smoking.
At least you're not putting the barrel in your mouth to smoke it, and you're not blowing your brains out each time. That's the thing that would concern me.
So this is a thing with specific ghost gun polymer 80s where you just buy the frame, right? And but now you can also just 3D print them, right? So you know, people are doing wacky stuff with those you know, STL files. So speaking of wacky stuff with that STL file, someone had to make a tactical lighter for it, right? Like they had to make a tactical fucking lighter. You know, it has to have one of those.
That is awesome.
And he's got the fucking O-light on there and everything. Dude's fucking doing it up. You know, in case you need to like point out a PowerPoint, you got the laser on there and everything. But I fucking this started a whole fucking like rabbit hole for me, to where you can also get the fucking tactical bong attachment for your fucking Mac 10, right? Like, what the fuck?
Wait. Are you supposed to be shooting while you're high?
I'm just totally envisioning some guy bringing that to go kick some ass in the Ukraine. One of these dudes who just like shows up with this stuff. I'm like, this war is gonna be fucking sick.
he's hitting the bong and just shooting the gun in the air, like, you know, fucking that'd be fucking dope. I do feel like that's like. I want to see like a video game with this where you got to reload and the whole bong has to come out and you got to put it back, the whole bong back in. That's gonna be funny shit. You know.
Yeah, but once you,
I always love
fire,
any game that will let
you
let you become inebriated.
You could you could dampen this, but I mean we have glass optics like right here. You could figure out a way to like make this not. Although if this is on the slide, I think it is. I think it is.
You know
on
what
the
I really
slide.
want is I want a lighter that has a mounted scope that is up here.
Yeah. You're like, yep, cool, yep.
Like you can identify exactly where to put the flame.
A little laser sight on the
your sniper buddy is sitting there next to you. Like, what? Can I take the shot? Can I like? and you're just like, oh, I don't know, man. Fucking seems a little sketchy to me. You're just like looking at not even the Target. You're like fucking checking out the fucking KFC across the street. You're like, fuck, man, I'm hungry. You know.
So, fun fact. I don't know if you guys remember mid 90s KFC used to have the Twister. It was just like a lettuce, tomato, one giant chicken tender ranch wrap. They were Deloitte. Well, they did away with them. When I lived in the Keys, I was driving up to Panama City to visit family, and along the Florida Turnpike, I stop at this rest stop and they have a little KFC. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's get shitty on some KFC. And I walk in and there's the Twister on the menu. And I walk up and I was like, holy shit, I didn't think you guys had these anymore. And almost as if she's like giving away some secret or something, she leans in. She's like, we're the only KFC that has them. It's only on the Florida Turnpike. I was like, shut the fuck up. She's like, I'm serious. She was like, it's only here at the one.
Do you remember
I was like, well, give me like 5, I guess.
Yeah, that's because they had a bunch sitting in the back of the freezer and they sent them to fucking Florida.
Watch, this fucking dumb white kid is gonna buy all this shit. You know.
Oh my gosh! Wait, you guys got vintage KFC back there? Hook me up.
Vintage KFC. It's like fucking. We have chicken on vinyl. You know, like.
Yes, sir. This is from our original recipe reserves.
Do you remember? Do you remember the double down?
Yes. You know, I never participated in the double down.
Okay, so for those who don't know, the double down is 2 pieces of deep fried.
Describe it slowly and sensually.
Yes. So it is 2 luscious, tender, juicy chicken breasts, breaded, and then deep fat fried in KFC's patented like peanut oil and secret herbs and spice, you know, cocoa butter mix. Like they then take that and then 2 strips of bacon and cheddar cheese go in between. They get sandwiched they start with like a little Eiffel Tower and then they get a little closer, you know, and then you got like the chicken bacon goodness. So I wanted to point people's attention to there's if you're in Canada, if you're up there in the Great White North, you can go in the frozen wastes of Hoth to a place called Joe Beef, right, in Montreal, right? And these 2 fucking lunatics, right? 2 like classic like Quebecois French dudes, like, you know, who decided, well, what the double down needed, right? They thought it was ridiculous Americanism, for one. So they felt like we're going to have to make this even more ridiculous to be better at it, right? So they took two slabs of foie gras, right? And then deep, like bread that, and then deep fat fry that, and then make that into a double down, right? To where it's fucking... like
breaded foie gras?
Meat, duck butter, deep fat fried in duck fat, right? With with fucking like crazy good cheese, you know, and like fucking delicious. Yeah, it like serves 8. They like serve it as like a fucking like an appetizer, to where it's like people cut it.
They call it a heart attack on a bun, but the heart attack is part of the bun.
Yeah, like it's. Oh my god, have you ever, dude, Joe Beef, like the 2 dudes at Joe Beef go fucking nuts. Like they don't give any fucks. That like extravagance to an like nth degree for them, you know, but they feel like look, you can get this cheap if you actually know where to fucking get it. And then they do that. It's like, yeah, you can get delicious caviar that's not thousands of dollars, you know. But anyway, I do have, speaking of caviar, the caviar of West Coast rappers, Snoop Dogg, right? Here with Chief Keef. Do we know of Chief Keef? Does the boomers of we only got one boomer here today, right?
I'm the boomer.
Yeah, well, close enough. You're Gen X, right? You're on the fucking. We both got boomer parents.
I'm definitely in the middle of Gen X.
Yeah. So Chief Keef.
I don't know where the cutoff is, to be honest. Where is?
It's got to be about 1977
I'm
or
93.
maybe 1980.
I'm 93 and I'm considered millennial. So
Okay.
yeah.
Damn, I might be too. I'm
Right, so-
89, so I
Yeah.
might. I'm
But like
probably
my
as
brother
well.
isn't even Gen X. He's 3 years younger than me, and he's like Gen Y. I guess they considered that for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. And then I think they rolled all the Gen Yers into fucking, you know, whatever. But anyway, Chief Keef shocked Snoop Dogg here, and it's fucking hilarious. Y'all ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, action.
How many blunts do you smoke in a day?
I smoke 2 ounces. I smoke ounces. Like 2 ounces a day.
But if you had to put it in a ratio of blunts, like see how I brought 4 blunts out here and we smoked one, and then I'm smoking another, that's 2.
So
and
look.
then...
Okay, look. An ounce for me in blunts is like a whole pack of wood, so that's 5 blunts.
You smoke a whole fucking ounce with 5 blunts?
If I had my assistant here, he's supposed to came here. If I had him, I'd be able to show you
slow
right now.
down, brother. You could get 10 out of that, man.
But I had 2 ounces.
I love it. I fucking
But I
love
had
it.
2 ounces. But I had 2 ounces. I fucking love his like, but I got 2. You know? Fucking, he's like, you could get 10, dog. It's fucking. I love how Snoop was like, motherfucker, I said blunts, not ounces. Like, how many blunts do you smoke? Like, and fucking Chief is so fucking high, he's like, I smoke ounces. You know, fucking what? So, this is the Convo couch when they,
That's awesome.
you know, this does look like the Convo couch's couch.
Bro, I thought the weed was on the couch too. Oh my god.
That's fantastic.
Right?
Awesome.
Isn't that fucking great?
That's great.
My high ass thought the weed was on a couch. It does look like a fucking couch.
R/slash trees, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Home of the Ents. Home of the Ents, people. So this is fucking hilarious. This is fucking great. Oh, y'all ready?
Funti.
Cola. Sprunti. He fucking hits that shit. He hits that sprunti. Fucking great. That's why I'm gonna fucking just call Fanta, Cola, and Sprite this now. They're way better names. Can I get that Funti? The what? You fucking, you know, when you licking the blunt, but the wrap keep lifting.
Why do we keep doing that? Like, it's going this way. Like, no, I'm fucking trying to straighten it down. This shit keep going like, whoop. Like, no, go do.
Like,
what
whoop.
the fuck?
Fucking, like, whoop. When you try to fucking
I feel that.
get that blunt to fucking, I hate when it does it when you're burning one. When like the little fucking roll is just like, I'm gonna die. Like, you're like, no, go down, no.
No. Lick it down.
One of my friends used
blunts
to
are
use,
so stress inducing for me. The whole process, like, I'll joints all day, but blunts I've always just like, I'll take a wrap, I'll cut it in half, and I'll roll 2 joint size with a blunt wrap that just burns slower.
Right.
Versus trying to finagle a whole long one and ending up with just this like walking stick looking.
My sister, one of the best fucking, like, can just do it like one motion, fucking done. Like, I'm like, how? And she'll fucking break it out to where it's like, she stuck it down with honey and shit, and fucking slapped it over like.
The honey blunt. Oh, that's next level. When you can line the inside with honey and that. Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
So
and
Stephanie
you get like,
Smith from chat just says. She said she
ahead.
laughed so hard she just hit her head on the wall. She's so blonde.
Don't do that. You know, you have to repair the wall and shit. That's not going to be good. So, speaking of you guys who don't collect this stuff, that's all Keef. That's all Keef.
Damn.
Christ.
This is a loaf of bread. I think this is Dave's Killer Bread here for fucking reference. Right? You got the fucking oats and honey over here with those
Dave's
dumbass
Killer
seeds
Bread.
on the top. Right?
Somebody went to Trader Joe's.
Wow.
Fucking, like, look at it. It's still going. Like, how much
Man.
beef
Those
is
are
that?
those are pounds. Those are pounds each bag.
Oh my
Multiple
god.
pounds each bag.
Like, the fuck?
Wow. How
Like
much
those-
weed did it take to make that?
Oh my god.
That's
fucking.
like trees. Like
This is
literally
like-
a field.
Yeah.
This is like Oliver North wants to sell you guns for this. This is, you know, this is a fucking lot. Like,
easy.
You're gonna get a whole fucking coup for this. So
yeah. Oh damn. Okay.
But
that'll
anyway,
definitely line my blunt. Like that reminds me of the dude that like rolls the stuff with the dabs and the crystals.
oh
and
yeah,
the thing.
yeah.
Mhm.
They're like
Dude,
$1,000 blunt.
insane.
Yeah,
$1,000 blunt.
Yeah. All right.
I would not know if it were not for you.
I want you guys to try to figure out what's happening here, right? And this is like a sobriety, you know, checkpoint. You have to be able to show me you're high enough for the rest of the show.
Well, I better go take another bite or two.
Oh, the fuck is that? The fuck is that? Why is it doing it like that?
Is that the Hulk?
And why is he
making a
pulling
Hulk
it?
face?
Why isn't he pulling it
What?
down like that?
What
the fuck is this shit? What is it?
Slime? Is it a...
What is it? What is it?
It's got to be weed related.
This is just fucking black magic. This is just fucking demons.
What's he doing with this thing?
I think this is, we're getting closer.
Is this just some kind of decoration? Is this just like some cornstarch flour?
This is like, I think it might be wax even, right? But it's one of these things in Japan that they do, right? To like show
It looks like a
off-
piece of lettuce, like a head of
Right.
lettuce.
It's so what they do instead of like menus is they like make the food as this stuff, so it can constantly be out, and it looks like the food that's actually cooked on the plate, and they just put all the plates out, you know.
Like there's an Asian restaurant near me that literally there's a plate with the food wrapped in saran wrap, kind of like that. Like you can see it kind of frozen in time.
Yep.
And I'm like, I always wondered, like, why would they put a piece of sushi like that? Maybe that's how they're doing it.
Yep.
They got to change
so
out that piece of tuna every other day.
we've entered the dad zone here.
Nice.
So a frequent place we go to on How Did We Miss That? Boats crashing into the boat segment.
This will be boats for Sunday night.
Get the fuck out of here! I gotta go.
Damn.
Fucking gone. I
missed,
can't blame them.
I missed boats crashing into other boats. I've been meaning to watch that.
If you missed them, speaking of which,
that's when lizards escape.
We have them all up on Rumble as separate segments, I think. So if you look for my name on Rumble, right, you should be able to find all those. That should be where those are.
I'm a huge fan of compilation videos of people failing at boat launches.
Yes. Yeah. So
all of a sudden, whole truck going into the water.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, it's fantastic.
Oh, the boat hitting the boat hitting the dock is just, you know, it's coming. It's
friend of the show, Jimmy Dore, when he went on Rogan, right? When Rogan asked him what he watched, right? Like, what do you watch on YouTube? He was like, I watch mindless shit, like boats smashing into other boats, you know. And then like Rogan would just accepted that, you know. But
that became the name of our
right.
segment.
And then every time I watch stuff like this, fucking this asshole would be like, "Are you watching boats again?" I'm like, "Yeah, fuck you. I hate real life. Real life sucks.
I need brain cleanse.
Yeah, I need fucking not like Doom.
Eye bleach with the shit we deal with all day.
You take your kids to the fucking
that's
swing
just
set,
cruel.
And this fucking
That's
shit
just
is
cruel.
Here. Who the fuck designed this?
Damn.
Is this like fucking?
That's just mean. That's, you know what that is? I'll tell you. Jesse's a dad. That's I don't want my kid getting hurt on the swings, so I'm gonna make sure it can only go like 3 inches each direction.
But you know what the kid's gonna do? The kid's gonna figure out how to like get fucking momentum in that one zone, and then that thing's gonna fucking stop the momentum at the wrong time, and that kid is gonna go fucking flying, like gone, you know, like right into the fucking like climbing wall on the other side.
Now, on one hand, I do understand all of a sudden going into some sort of like psychotic fit and trying to desperately safeguard a playground, because I sometimes see, like, I'll take my kid to the park, and whoever designs these now, it's like super safe, super safe, super safe. And then one thing that is just a death trap that it's
Pure
like
torture.
How is this exactly not just designed to snap a kid's back? Like,
yeah.
And of course, that's the one thing all the kids are like, I want to go up that one.
It's the big climbing circle.
Yep.
Like,
and it's suspended 12 feet off the ground, and when they fall,
fuck you. Yep. Survival of the fittest, kid.
Have you ever seen
Yep.
You better not go far.
Yep.
Fuckers.
Have you ever seen like the old playgrounds from like the fucking 20s and like the 30s? Where it's like practically like, oh, Timmy's playing with the new chainsaw slide. Like fucking, you know, it's like just fucking sheet metal and fucking like, you know, like on a hot summer's day, that shit was just like fucking carbon steel.
Everything back then was just designed to outright kill you.
Jesse, I think is about my age. I might be a few years older, but they put a tire park in place at our elementary school. I was probably in 4th or 5th grade, and it was literally made out of like 18-wheeler and like big freaking tractor trailer tires and like the Gravedigger type of those tires, right?
Yep.
And the whole thing was on rocks. So if you fell, it was a nice cushiony rock fall.
Perfect.
Whoever designed that, I swear, fucking torture artists. It's crazy.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, so
now they have like the cut tires, which are really nice in the playgrounds. That's actually really nice. It smells bad, but
oh man, yeah, I saw this. I think any parents probably had that moment where your brain is just fucking
your brain's done. Yeah, this is fucking. Let's see if Indy spots it.
Mine's Tuesdays and Fridays.
We're sitting there rocking the baby.
Nice.
The baby. Oh shit! Where's the fucking kid?
But wait.
Where the fuck is the kid? I have a child. Where's the child? Child? Oh god, the child. Where's the child? Where's the child?
The baby's under my arm.
It's right here. I've got it. It's the fucking. I got the kid. I love you, baby.
It's the my sunglasses are on my head moment.
Right.
Yes.
But the sunglasses are on
my
baby.
attachment.
Yep. Fucking this one you will also understand completely what's going on. Oh, you probably have both seen, you know, the mothers of your children act exactly like this.
Jetzt werden wir gleich sehen, wie eine Mami ihre Welpen berührt.
I love the fucking puppies. Puppies are just so fucking great. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. Please, milk, mummy. Oh, fuck you. God damn it, I'm tired of this shit. The fuck out of here. Fuck you.
That might have been my wife a little earlier tonight, but that's
a little earlier.
For another day.
And she fucking waits too. She waits till all of them are like, fuck you.
I'm gonna bite your face off.
Tired of this shit. I come home from working all day, getting tennis balls. Like fucking.
What's funny is before I had a child, I would be like, "What's up with that dog? She's a little aggressive." And now I'm like, "I get it, dog. I get it."
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that.
Like, there's one moment, and I'm like,
they all just laid down. Like, all right.
How did she not? This is what Cesar Milan would call calm and submissive.
Quick little.
What I tell you?
There's one that like fucking comes over and like bites her fucking tail. Like you don't. She's already told you to like fuck off. You know. Like
okay.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
Hey, mommy. Hey. Okay.
If I just wait here long enough, she will forget about that I'm even here. And is he gonna go for it? When is he gonna do it?
What you looking for? What you got on my drink, homie?
They're circling.
No, chomp! Fuck you! The fuck down!
This is definitely what high people do: is sit and watch dogs yell at each other.
Yep.
Mommy dogs yell at baby dogs.
That's fucking great. That's actually a classic. So if people have seen that before, good for you.
Nice.
I am healing from a surgery on my eye. Please excuse my appearance, Spike. Y'all want to see Spike? Spike's gonna be fucking dope.
Yes, very much.
Look at fucking Spike. Oh my God, Spike.
Wow.
He's fucking lit. And he's got cool sunglasses on.
That's funny.
You know, I'm not sure if that's like they put a thing around his eye or they just put like
is he
a
an
googly eye
avatar or is he in the
sticker.
Blue Man Group?
Yeah,
That's what I
right.
was trying
One
to
of the
figure out.
two.
Is he an avatar or Blue Man Group?
You know, he's building his own superhero, you know, thing. Like it's
Iggy.
just called the Lizard People.
It's Iggy Pop right there.
Yep.
He's just
I think-
chilling up there. Look at
I
him
think
hanging,
I'm the
hanging
only
his
one who
paw-
gets
hanging
it
his
fucking
arms right off the lead.
It does look like Iggy Pop. It fucking looks like Iggy Pop. Oh, fucking all
The
veiny
skin
and
texture,
gross.
right?
Like, yeah, that's fucking great. I've got that Rolling Stones fucking cover magazine somewhere, and it's like the worst one. You put that at the bottom of the stack. You know, like I don't want fucking people to see Iggy Pop.
It's hauntingly frightening. Yes.
Oh,
I think I've seen this one.
you two are wrestling fans, right?
Yes. Yeah. I am at that age. Oh no!
Oh my god.
Yes. Do it again, Daddy.
As y'all can see, I just made the bed. That doesn't matter.
Oh my
Jesus Christ, dude!
What are you? He must be a
Get the GMP. Get the GMP.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
you kicked him off. Got those up
How did
kicks.
you
You gotta look for
do
those up
that?
kicks.
Baby Stunner, go quick.
He's going
Baby
for the
stunner.
stunner.
He knows who to
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I love the face the baby makes.
Oh,
yeah.
From the
He's going
top
off the
rope.
top rope. Elbow.
yeah, I think you won.
Give me the elbow.
Give the people's elbow.
No,
That's great.
Oh.
Dude, when
I
the first
definitely-
time I showed my kid the people's elbow, like for the next couple months, I'd come home from work and I would be fucking dead and I'd be laying there on the floor and he would see me and he'd just get that look and all of a sudden he'd come in and just flying in at me.
See, I'm not at that
So
point.
good.
We haven't showed him that yet, but I just pick him up and body slam my kids all the time.
So there's
Like, I've
these,
been waiting more than 40 years to have kids to body slam. Like that's exactly what they're getting body slammed on the couch. They're getting body slammed on the bed. They're getting body slammed pretty much everywhere. It's just gonna happen.
If anyone follows MMA, there's two names you probably know: Daniel Cormier, Khabib, right? And they both go to the same camp pretty much when they're in the States. So we're at ACA, right? I think that's in the Bay Area. But they all learned fucking wrestling move like this kind of like wrestling, right? Like as well as being some of the best wrestlers in the world, right? Like in actual wrestling, they'll just fucking come up to each other and fucking wrestling slap and then like fucking stunner just like out of nowhere, like fucking DC will come out in the fucking luchador mask and everything and just fucking start fake fighting Khabib. You know, it's the fucking best shit. And everyone's like, wait, what the fuck is going on? Like, fucking, you know, but he'll do it on like, there's multiple instances of it on camera. Like Khabib will be doing an interview, you know, DC will just fucking come up and start doing that shit. Oh, so we've made it out of the dad zone and into the dog zone.
Into the pup zone. Okay.
Yep. Oh, he lost his ball. The balls, I can't get it. Look, Mr. Wieners, can you please help? Fucking Wiener's gonna get ball. Yeah, fuck yeah. Look at his happy dance. His fucking happy dance on the way out is the best. He's like, yeah, I did shit. Fucking, I just thought that was cute shit. Hello, computer? There we go. This fucking one was great. I picked this one fresh off the meme tree this morning.
bark at your dog.
Oh?
Oh, that made him sit up.
Fucking,
I'm gonna get you.
Say it again. Say it again.
Yeah, do it again. I don't know what that means.
Fucking.
That looks like Noli.
Right?
Hi, Noli. Noli's in chat somewhere.
What's up, Noli? Fucking.
She hates
fucking
Rockfin,
great
by the way.
shit.
Sorry, Rockfin. Fix your chat.
This one just
Taylor
says
Hawkins.
bruh. This motherfucker, he says.
Wait, what?
Here, I'll back it up.
What did I do? Oh, he did shit on the fence.
Like, the fuck is
Wow.
that?
That's talent, is what that is.
This motherfucker.
You know what? Clearly, his fence.
Oh God. He's
If that wasn't your fence,
He's
you'd
not
be
gonna
laughing as hard as you
no. If it's not his fence, right now he's got to scrape that off the fucking fence with like a bag.
You just disappear.
Yeah. Oh.
Blue-eyed guana. Oh shit! E. Heller had the fucking
blue-eyed guana.
The worst part is like, if you saw that on your fence, you would think it was a person. You wouldn't think a dog did it.
No.
You would definitely think like a human. No. And you'd be like, how did they get it sideways on the... Did they throw gloves?
Wow. Also, the dog knew that was possible. Don't act like that dog didn't know it was going to stick to the fence. You know?
Wow.
Because they do that shit.
There's some sticky dung.
Oh.
And there's an
What the hell's
overlapping run
going on
from
here?
Ailing, and Ailing gets the ball, and there are men in the box, and it comes for Pablo Hernandez, and Pablo Hernandez scores a goal for Leeds
United! Goal!
Great.
You want to see it again?
Wow, he scored. He scored.
Pablo Hernandez scores a goal for Leeds United!
Oh, the freeze! Look at the freeze!
And that dog popped up like nothing happened. That dog was like, you know, just fucking popped right back up.
Yeah, yeah. This is what I think of your fans, dude. We need to get Ed in here one night because he's dropping them.
He's fucking good. We'll get all the Chicago boys on at one point.
It's
you
funny.
know?
It's a funny guy.
Oh my god.
Who did this? Who did it?
I wonder who did it. It was definitely that fucking one right there. I didn't do nothing. Like,
Dude, I'm hiding in the corner. I didn't do shit.
Of course,
all this guy.
Of course, the white one's gonna snitch. You know, like of course he does. You know,
he's
fucking
that's
blonde-haired
beige. That's
asshole.
not white. He matches with the couch.
Right? He does. That's fucking couch camo. My cat's name is Noodles. I bought him this hat. He is now Chicken Noodle. I just thought the fucking thing was funny. And Chicken Noodle's
That's
fucking
adorable.
Chicken Noodle's definitely Chicken Noodle. Fucking Chicken
The
Noodle.
sky is falling.
Oh. These fucking little dogs freak me out. Fucking hit that shit.
They're always just tough little bastards.
They're fucking they're always like want to fight everything. So let's nick. This one goes quick.
This up. I'm a professional. We don't ever do this usually, but for you guys, this up.
Just that.
Wait, do that again. I'm a professional. We don't ever do this usually, but for you guys,
just fucking
lunge.
Fucking just yellow blur. Oh, this one's cute.
That. Oh boy.
This one's fucking cute. Fucking birds. He's changing the timing and everything he's learning.
Those are
like
tarot cards behind him, by the way.
Are they?
Look behind him in the background. Tarot cards.
The swords. Yep. Yep.
What's going on there?
And Mario. Mario's here. Mario's loving every bit of this. Fucking it's a me. So
I love this fucking video.
This is important for people to know.
My kid knows every word in this video by heart. We watched it probably 30 times last night at dinner, and he was just dying laughing over this.
Nice. These are fucking great.
How to pick up a duck. Part 3. Common problems and mistakes. So, you've found yourself a duck, but you find yourself chasing after it. It always runs away when you try to pick it up. Don't do this.
Yes.
If you're behind, that should remind you that that's wrong. If you chase a duck, it'll run. So get in front of the duck and introduce yourself and state your intentions. Hello, duck. My name is Human Name.
Human Name.
And I'm going to pick you up now. Place your hand firmly underneath the duck, palm side up, and lift. Congratulations. You're now holding a duck.
You're just holding a duck.
New achievement. Pick up a duck.
Nice.
Oh, fucking duck. I like the duck's little shoes. Duck's got
Is that like from Pokemon
shoesies
Go
on.
to the polls?
Something like that.
To the ducks?
Something like that. Yep. Oh. So at one point I worked with greyhounds for a very short period of time because the job sucked. But the greyhounds were the best part of the job. But they're fucking ridiculous. Watch this one. And he's still fucking going, and then he goes into warp speed. Oh my god, I can fucking run so fast. Look at me,
dude. Oh
I'm
yeah, those guys are
gone.
insane.
They're fucking
They look like
ridiculous.
God.
Wow, he's got such stamina.
Like and gone.
That looks like the things in Avatar, like those
Right?
predator
The jackals
things at night.
Yeah. Like look at how streamlined he gets. Tucks those ears back. He's just a little fucking puppo
amazing.
missile. You know?
Look at that tongue hanging out.
And
You better
dude,
get us some
all
water
fucking
afterwards, or
day,
he's gonna
there
bite
was
your
a-
face off.
in the kennel, there was like a fucking tree, like right outside. And if a fucking squirrel moved, all those fuckers were just like, the fuck you doing? Like, you know, fucking, if we get out this fucking fence, you know, like that's all they were doing all fucking day. But we got to take them to the fucking track for like track day and stuff. And dude, I've never seen a dog try to fucking murder something more than one of those things to the fake rabbit. Those things are insane.
Where were you at?
Oh, Live Oak. It was around in there.
Oh, okay. Was it there?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
because I was about to say where I grew up, we were near Ebro.
Yep. Yeah, the so the one that I was like working at was like I found out later that so how they work is there's like two kennels, right? There's like race day kennels, right? And then like storage kennels. Then there's like places you send them to go train. Like it's all separated out into different places, right? Essentially a sponsor pays for a dog and like they're paying you to like fucking make sure that dog stays alive, right? And these dogs are like the most fragile things on the fucking planet. I've seen them like jump onto like they have double kennels and it's like the upper kennel's only like fucking like 4 feet and these things are like giant dogs, like they're fucking big, you know, they could easily just fucking hop right up there, right? But if they're fucking tired or whatever, and like that's we were always told to like after race day like pick them up into everything and like put them in stuff, right? Because if they try to make that jump on their own, right, they can fucking miss, break their back. Like I've seen that shit happen. Not good. That's like $1 million dog just fucking gone because like, you know, of a dumb fuck up. But dude, they would fucking hit that shit and I'd literally have to peel dog off of like that rabbit, you know, and it'd be like 4 or 5, it would be all the dogs that were like just like going around. Like you might put 2 or 3 or 4 depending on what kind of like training you were trying to have them do, right? And they were just fucking like I literally like I've never tried to fucking I pulled this pit bull off Chihuahuas easier, you know, than fucking like trying to get that thing. Like I literally had to like get in and like with a muzzle. They had a muzzle on and everything, and you're still like trying to fucking pull teeth off. You're like,
remember those
ridiculous.
are the racing dogs, and like they're the ones that like if they catch the rabbits, all hell breaks loose.
Oh, all hell breaks loose.
They do catch them.
Yeah, you're supposed to get that dog like before, like that thing kind of keeps going past the line, and you're supposed to try to catch a fucking like 60-mile-per-hour fucking animal, you know, like that's trying to murder the thing it's been chasing, and you're just like, no, come here, like no, that doesn't happen. Like I literally had to just like straight up like double leg dogs, just like fucking power double, you know, those things, but they fucking love every bit of that. You know, if it weren't for fucking, if it weren't for like the shitty part of the race. But anyway, I found out that the race kennel, they shut down all the fucking dog racing in Florida because this kennel got caught. The one, and I don't think it was them. I think it was the race kennel that was part of that, right? Because I had heard the race kennel would give them like steak and champagne and shit, but they got caught in the dog's bloodstream was traces of cocaine, which seems a very Florida thing to try to do. So, you know, speaking of
it's just science.
Right, it's just science. They just go faster with cocaine. That's how it works.
It's
but
literally Blake Edwards, A Fine Mess, where they stick that thing up.
Speaking of Florida, right? Like this is
Florida
what we be fucking doing.
With Gator.
Yeah.
And hilarity ensues.
Now we don't have the rest of this video, so I don't know how well this date worked out for him, but you know,
I think he got lucky.
I mean, this is Nancy Pelosi on a Saturday night. You know.
Oh God, Australia's so dangerous. Also Americans.
So Americans, right? Yeah, Florida's the Australia of, you know, the United States. We've got all the fucking shit that'll murder you, people mainly, but you know,
animals too.
So,
yep.
Have y'all seen the goat? The goat specifically.
Sean, what's up? Oh yeah, he's strong as fuck, bro. People think he don't push. Like I'm used to that shit. Oh,
come on, goat.
Oh damn, Poncho's really trying.
Come on, Poncho. Come on, Poncho. Come on, Poncho. Come on, Poncho. I ain't never gonna give up. Come on, Poncho. Come on.
Oh, the fucking goat. The goat did it. That's fucking great.
You.
Fucking goat. I don't know why I thought that would be fucking. It's just an interesting. Damn, that's interesting. So someone else had to have found it interesting. That goat looked like it was really enjoying it. Yep. Fucking.
A lot of people found it interesting. It was top 200 on Reddit.
So
in that category.
I think I've told all of you all about swamp chickens before. I just wanted people to experience swamp chickens themselves. This isn't necessarily a swamp. This is like desert chicken, but still applies.
Death on two legs is what it is.
So they're on a fucking bike going like downhill off a mountain, and this fucking thing is just gonna fucking come chase them down.
Damn.
Like, and he's not even trying.
Yeah.
That's like me.
Yeah.
Where's Wile E. Coyote?
Yeah, this is essentially the raptors from Jurassic Park, pretty much. Like,
oh my God.
You know, that's what you're like. Listen to the wind noise. Like that alone should tell you.
They're booking.
Right.
They're booking.
Like, and you definitely don't stop.
He's catching him. There's a car.
That is a car. I didn't make it to the end of this video, so I have no idea if it just fucking ends.
Or he kills them both.
Right, like, find out next time on fucking.
The thing slams into a rock, maybe?
He's given up.
Nope.
I think he just fucking gave up. He's like, I'm done. There's easier food. Oh.
Nice. Everybody hit the like button wherever you are, by the way, if you haven't done that yet. Thank you.
Yeah, if you haven't done that yet, that would be great.
Tell the algorithm to fuck off and tell Rockfin that you actually like this shit. This is cool.
go like and share and all that stuff. You know, especially if you're looking like this.
Oh.
You know.
Why?
Just because cat can. I love how someone he sits here for fucking ever. It's just a dog statue.
It feels good.
I guess. Or he's just really trying to make friends with this fucking dog. Like, this dog will
really
love
high.
me. That too. He's
really
definitely
high.
been into the nip for sure.
little bit.
So how could
this is
hell
Lloyd
be any
Blankfein. I
worse?
saw this all over.
Goldman
Holy
Sachs
shit.
CEO will perform at Lollapalooza. So remind me
Lloyd
another
fucking
reason
Blankfein.
to not go to Lollapalooza.
We live in hell and we live in idiocracy.
I mean, what
and
next?
That is also proof.
Mark Zuckerberg at like Warped Tour? Like, what's going on? You know?
No, Nancy Pelosi performing and doing stage dives.
Yeah.
That's next.
What is he gonna play? Is the question. What is his track list? You think? You know, like
I Took All Your Money.
Yes, and like Money by Pink Floyd. You know,
You better pay fucking rent now.
Everything's money.
Eviction
definitely
sooner rather than later.
Definitely, I don't need no scrub.
Playlist.
I don't need no scrub. That's definitely in there.
Oh, Steph wanted to see the one with the bird popping up again. If we could do that one with the
Yeah, I think so. I think it's back this way.
with the cockatiel.
This one.
There you go. Yeah.
I fucking love that little fucking bird.
That is adorbs.
The best one is when he goes fucking slide whistles that shit.
Nice, yeah.
Fucking funny.
Nice. That was worth it. Lloyd fucking Blankfein. Give me all your cash and your home too.
Right?
And I'll take your retirement fund.
That's fucking. Who let him fucking out of the fucking padded room is what I want to know.
What would that sound like? Twa, right? Okay, that's really good. Here, you take that piece of paper, but don't let her see it. Just take that away. Okay. What about TWE?
Twee.
Oh no.
Twee, right? Twee. TWE sounds like
Twee.
twee. Okay, you can take that away. Don't help her, guys. Don't help her. What about TWI?
Twit.
Twit. That's good. Twit. Don't help her. Don't help her.
Oh, sorry.
Twit. Okay?
No,
Twit.
I know
Okay?
what's coming.
Take that one away. Hide it. Okay? What about TWO?
Twoo.
Two?
Twoo.
No, sound it out. What is TWO?
Whoa. Mary.
Mary, don't help her. Coop, what's the problem? Okay. All right, hang on.
Try
hang on.
Try from that one more time.
No. Just what? TWO?
Twoo.
Okay.
Twoo.
Listen, it's listen. Okay, you're gonna get it. Just sound it out. TWO. Okay.
Everybody's losing it.
Okay.
The smoke here definitely works.
Listen,
Right.
all right, guys. She's almost there.
I mean, they're filming in the
almost
70
there.
show's
She's almost
basement.
there, okay?
So, you know.
That's what it looks like. They're definitely in the circle.
Okay. Give her a second. All right, we're gonna settle down. You're gonna get this, okay?
Okay.
All you have to do, you just have to
Okay.
sound it out, okay? Use your education.
Keep saying that,
Okay.
but she's not doing it.
Just okay. Oh, we're getting it. Okay, shush over there. Okay. Like,
Oh. Whoa.
what is it?
Whoa.
Wow.
Okay.
And somebody's gonna date her.
Twa.
Somebody probably already is. Probably the guy on the camera.
Listen, you're really close.
Okay.
But it's not.
Okay.
Okay.
No way that's a guy who's dating her.
I mean, kinda. Come on. No. Okay.
Why are you saying the W like that? Why is it
I'm
like
gonna tell you.
cool
I'm gonna give you 5 more seconds. Okay.
Okay.
T
He set her up.
O.
Jesus.
Whoa.
No. How long does this go on, dude? Like,
And we didn't even get to fucking see the
insufferable.
reaction.
And she never even got it right.
That fucking
Bible
sucks. Who
versity.
cut that too soon?
Oh, Bible verse
daily.
Oh, of course it
Nice.
is. Of course it's Bible verse daily.
Yeah, book 12.
So
Book
this
12.
was the message that I got from Future Steve.
Steve
after he time
C12.
travels. Right? If no one comes from the future to stop you from doing it, then how bad can it be? Brought to you by the U.S.
Thanks,
Robots and
US
Mechanical Men
Robots.
Incorporated. Fucking,
Schenectady.
yep. Fucking, this is great shit.
Schenectady.
Yep. Schenectady.
God.
Fucking, of course
Shout out
it's
to all our
there.
people from Schenectady in the chat.
Right.
Union College. I partied in Schenectady. I've done mushrooms in Schenectady.
Isn't
Allegedly.
Sarah Connor from Schenectady? What?
That sounds like a song.
Allegedly.
Right? Allegedly. I just thought this was fucking hilarious. You know.
Обрадуем жителей данного подъезда, повесим Владимира Владимировича прямо в лифт. Так, ровненько. Отлично, кажется. Так, теперь устанавливаем камеру, чтобы никто, не дай бог,
You
не
know,
украл.
a beautiful reflective forehead
Твою мать.
that reflects his strength and wisdom.
What the?
Охренели,
Ты, овация! Ой, ёб твою мать! Какой дурак повесил!
Я знаю, а вот здесь вот камера.
Ну не надо,
Они
смотри.
за нами следят. Вообще ужас.
Oh, God.
Батюшки мои. Кто это такой привил-то? Мам какой-то.
What the fuck? В смысле, серьезно?
Like you just open it? No, sorry.
He just
I'm
opened
out.
it and walked out.
I'm out. Like, I'm not sure. What? Why? What?
That's it. He's just like, fucking, what the fuck?
That's it.
Oh, God. This is bullshit.
This is bullshit. By the way, Bank Sisters podcast called "This Is Bullshit."
Nice.
Subscribe to the Bank Sisters. Hilarious. Love those girls.
Yep.
Oh. So, what do you guys think happens if you mix Coca-Cola?
Oh, I think a Mentos is going in somewhere.
Cola. You know, we'll get some Sprunty. Some fucking
Funta.
Funti.
पहले इतना ड्राई नहीं किया है कोल्ड ड्रिंक के अंदर तो पहले से ही प्रेशर होता है ऊपर से हम इसके अंदर लिक्विड नाइट्रोजन और डाल देंगे तो पता नहीं क्या होगा थोड़ी सी खाली कर देते हैं
Gotta pour some out for the homies.
अब इसके अंदर डालते हैं
Not gonna
लिक्विड
go well for
नाइट्रोजन
you. How many?
Right in his face.
Liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
All
And
right.
boom goes the dynamite.
अब सेफ्टी के साथ में इस बोतल को उल्टा करते
Safety,
हैं
number one priority.
Oh shit. Wow. That's a cola ship. Holy
साला रॉकेट
shit.
बनने की जगह बोतल ही फट गई
God.
Holy shit. Wow. Okay, that's God. Oh my God. Nice. I love that they slowed it down to that level.
Fucking gone.
It's just gone.
Wow.
It's gone. Cut to like the fucking people in space looking down on us, like what the fuck? Like fucking, you know.
Dude, you know there was a fighter pilot calling UFO. UFO!
This was in fucking Florida, and the funniest bit is at the end of this.
If you're in Florida for spring break, be careful.
This fucking lady was stealing everyone's fucking shit at like spring break. And as she's getting arrested,
Look how many phones she stole.
Hey, goodbye. They're all fucking drunk as shit, but they can sing that song. Everyone knows that song when they're drunk. You know,
I thought she was stealing the cop's phone as she's getting like arrested.
That would be a good fucking move.
Right.
That would be a move.
If you look, yeah, it definitely looks like she could shift around and do that.
Dude.
Wow.
That's fucked up.
10 phones.
Don't be that like that. Don't be that lady. Be cooler. Oh. I got another fucking cop one. Yeah, do you? You know this guy?
Copper, I'm gonna tell everybody. Police.
Ways.
Oh.
Fucking fuck you, bro.
Fuck you, pigs. But dude, that's fun. You know what? I give him credit. That's funny.
That is pretty
and he's
good.
being funny.
You should leave
So
the
you know
force.
what?
Become a
cop with a
comedian.
sense of humor.
You know?
A cop with a sense of humor, first of all, you're never gonna last.
Right.
And second of all, yeah, that's credit.
Just start doing
I'll
comedy.
give you a little
Just
credit
do
there.
comedy. It'll be better.
That's right. Find another job.
Get a real job, man.
Seriously.
Like
You know-
stand-up comedian.
Do you know the Shooting Stars song, Jesse? Can you acapella that? You know the do 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 that thing? No?
No. Sorry.
So astronauts going to work. It's
Oh.
from Doctor Strange, actually. Like,
oh, come on.
And
That's-
gone.
Nice. A playground launcher.
I can laugh at that. I'm fat. It's okay.
That's right. That's for all the guys who like the big girls. Come on.
Yep. Oh.
Hey, Dad, you want to make a TikTok? All we need is some string and some water bottles.
Nah, I'm not gonna make a TikTok.
So, anyways. Oh.
No. What? My mom dying in the background. But why? Is this to see what kind of reflexes you have without your sight?
But no, I mean, you wouldn't have any clue, right? It's just coming out of nowhere.
Like, oh.
Tap out.
What's up? Come here. Come in.
Oh, come on. Oh, that's just wrong. Cole Finley. That's
No.
messed up.
You know, but funny.
That's
the funniest
messed
bit
up.
is that
That's
you're like,
funny.
Dad was like, I don't wanna, you know, and then cut to
Dad
doing it,
he's
right?
standing there getting his head knocked in.
Oh, so I put this one in for Jesse just because I feel like he would understand. You know,
Partridge Family. Such a hard time. Everybody was wants to jam out.
There's always
What is she
one.
doing?
just fucking. Oh God, I'm adopted. Just fucking. I hate it. I hate everything. You know,
Exasperated sigh solo.
Yep, exacerbated sigh solo. That's fucking great. Oh,
I play the eye roll in the family band.
the eye roll.
That's right.
That's fucking great.
That is a very, very important instrument.
Oh, this one's fucking great.
Oh boy.
So baby, from now on, when I introduce us, I'm gonna introduce us as me being thunder and you lightning. Okay?
No, I'm thunder. Well,
which one comes first?
Oh God.
You gotta get out, Stacey. Oh my God, you
Stacey.
stupid.
Come on, Stacey.
It depends. It depends.
We're gonna let all TikTok know.
It depends.
Gonna let all the TikTok know, Stacey. Thanks.
Fuck it. He said
hilarious.
it depends. It depends. Oh.
Which one comes first?
That's fantastic.
Thunder or lightning?
Well, we are running to the end of our extravaganza today. So, you know, how do you guys think this is going to go? You know?
I think it might detach and start rolling.
It's the build-up.
He's just going to flip outside.
Cyrus is going to get this apparatus going really fast.
Yeah, give it up for
Your
Cyrus.
help. Clap and scream real loud.
On the main stage.
Stage 12. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. This is not going to go well for him. Uh-oh. Oh, no, boy.
Oh, God.
Ow. Oh, my nuts. Oh, my nuts are upside down. Oh, no. Ow.
Oh, Cyrus.
Ow.
I do think that is Cy's full name now, though. Cyrus Oppenheimer.
Call an ambulance now.
Right?
You know.
Wow.
This is this is what Cy was doing before he got into politics.
Right.
And after
one good knock in the head, and all of a sudden it just all, you know.
Oh,
that's the
God.
origin story.
Circus. I love it.
Oh,
that's outstanding.
Yep, but that's all I fucking had.
Just what we needed.
What a finale.
That took how long did that take, Indy? I started doing that this morning at like 2 in the afternoon.
Yep,
You like how I said this morning
and you
at 2?
basically finish at 9:55 tonight.
Yeah, that's how long it took to get those. You know, but
worth it.
Yeah,
definitely worth
thanks,
it.
Reddit. Thanks Reddit for being infested with Ukraine bullshit.
Oh God, yeah, it would be normally
propaganda nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
Like eye bleach, yeah, we need eye bleach, so it's making it harder to find. But thank you, Reef, for doing that. We needed this.
No problem.
We're gonna attach this. So Stephanie, who's in chat right now in our Rockfin, she's gonna be joining me Sunday night for How Did We Miss That as my co-host, filling in for Reef this week. We had Noli a couple weeks ago. This week will be Steph, and we're gonna have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah,
not Steph Zamorano, but Stephanie Smith. So everyone will love her. She's fantastic. She's been on Tommy Nation. She was actually on one of the INN live streams way back. I think in November, even maybe December.
Speaking of Rockfin, I think you're still up on the Hardlands Rockfin, Indy. So people should go check that out.
We are, yeah. I did a great interview with Kit this week. Also on my YouTube channel, I did an hour-long interview with Misty for her TNT radio show that I had a blast. We talked about censorship and platforms and all kinds of stuff.
The audio for that is up on INN, pretty sure. People want to go check that out. You know,
it's on Indie Left, but
that's it.
Also tomorrow night we're gonna co-stream Noli and Mike from Blind Justice. We're gonna co-stream that to INN. And then Sunday night we're gonna do How Did We Miss That? And it's like I feel like every day I'm going on some show or streaming.
I was on
which is awesome.
I was on Jay Buffon's this week as well. People should go check that out. That was a good time. If you haven't seen the St. Patrick's Day episode with me, Jesse, and Warren, people should go check that out. That was fucking. I'm still dying at that. You know,
epic and legend.
The Convo Black Glove is going to be a new thing based off this show's references. But
expanding the lore.
Trying to think. I'd love
With
to have
all those
Chicago
nuggies sitting on there.
I'd love to have Chicago peeps on soon, and I've gotten good to goes from Fee. Might see if I can get Pasta to remote in from the bunker that they have out in the sands of Las Vegas. But that should be a good time if I can make that happen. Nice. I don't know when that's gonna be, so we'll figure that out for Reefer After Dark. People are busy and shit, got shit to fucking uncover, and people to fucking call out because they're all fucking terrible. But Jesse, what do you got coming up? Anything?
See, I'm on with Noli D on April 1st.
Nice.
That's about it right now.
Is that her Fool's Day joke on everyone that you're coming on? They all
right?
think
who remembers the South Park episode, April Fool's Day troll, where they hyped a new episode like for months,
and then
they put on the Canada video, like the Tears of Philip thing, and everyone's like, "What the hell is this?"
Yep.
Dude, one of the best April Fool's Day trolls ever. That was fantastic.
Rick and Morty did a similar thing at one point. I'm pretty sure.
No surprise.
Yeah.
Nice.
They basically replaced South Park as the new stoner cartoon.
Yeah.
Although South Park is still going strong. And I talked to somebody this week in business. Weird. A friend of mine. Turns out he knew Trey Parker and Matt Stone like before they ever got big, and had a literal videotape of The Spirit of Christmas, like from the 90s.
Dope. Oh, awesome.
I was like,
that's killer.
Dude, how? Like that's amazing.
I think they did when the Rick and Morty one did it, they brought it on and then had Tim and Eric, I think, write a ton of sketches to just be like this random new shows on like Adult Swim, they were just being like people showed up for fucking Rick and Morty, awesome. And then like, what the fuck is this? Like, it was like infomercial shit they had done in between stuff, and like it was pretty good. I definitely watched for like the first 15 minutes, being like, what the fuck? Where's Rick and Morty? Like, but
that's great.
That's great.
But
I'm gonna be going on Sabby. I'm gonna be on Sabby. I think that's gonna be April 8th. That's what we're talking about, or April 8th, or that week. And then also Friends of Indie Left. The next one's going to be with Misty that same week. I just have to work out what the scheduled time is with Misty. We're gonna sit down and talk about Assange. We're gonna talk about how she got into all this, and I really don't know her whole backstory, so I'm dying to learn about all that. So I'm excited to sit down with her.
That's gonna be good. What else do we have coming up? Oh, INN News next Wednesday. Should be doing that. I'm getting together with Colin. And then I'll have rotating INN hosts weekly to talk about shit that we don't talk about, and how did we miss that. I want to cover the stuff that nobody missed, right? The biggest stories that week, so that we have a place to talk about that. And that'll just be on INN, pretty much, just INN channels. Cool. So whenever I'll give you a shout. Tuesdays we'll prep for that, so it'll be a 2-day thing.
And everyone check out the INN live stream from earlier this week, where we had 16 people on a Zoom call, and that was awesome. That was so much fun.
Yeah, it was.
And Jesse joined the network, so anyone who didn't know already, Jesse's part of INN now. He's our musical director.
Nice.
Everybody's getting silly titles.
Yep.
So
my high ass has been trying to fucking stock the INN studio recording station, the indie recording studio, the IRS.
Nice.
That's what I'm gonna call it.
That's awesome.
So we'll get that together at some point when we find a couple of briefcases full of money. So speaking of briefcases full of money, everyone's link trees is down there in the doobly doo. I think I haven't got you, Jesse, because you came on because you were like, let me come on, and I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
And so I just haven't done that yet, but I will right after this video's over. Put your stuff in the description. That's gonna be a good time. Shout out Mad Crab, who I showcased on tonight's musical intro. That stuff was fucking great. Go check him out. I think he's
INN creative director Mad Crab.
Yep, I think he's Like
he's doing clipping, he's doing thumbnails, he's doing songs, he's doing everything. He's the creative director.
See if you can find the Mad Crab on Twitter. It might be just like Big Mad Crab.
It's at Big Mad Crab. Yeah,
that's it. You know, but yeah, shout out the Banjo Kazooie boss, Big Mad Crab. But yeah, otherwise, you know, you'll see me, I think, next Tuesday with Colin. Next Wednesday, I'll see Colin next Tuesday. I'll put Jesse's Bandcamp down below too, and all his free SoundCloud beats will be down in the doobly-doo. You know, so that should be a good time.
And for our friend Kit, let's say Rockfin. I can roll the tongue. Thank you very much. And with that being said, I think we need to start to wind down. Yeah. So in independentleft.media, linktr.ee/Reef Breland, and you can leave him some weed money because he needs it.
Yeah, I mean it costs at least fucking $20 a weed and just in the show to produce all this smoke. You know, so I just have to burn all that up. You know, I just have like small incense like right on top and bottom. It's perfect. But
abs are good too.
I got the fucking Cash Apps down there. I got all that shit. You know, hook me up would be nice. You know, we're trying to work on getting that fucking e-nail for the show. I'll do a review of that. That'll be fun. You know, and eventually
Doobly-Doo Studios. That's it. The Doobly-Doo Studios.
That Amsterdam trip for INN members should be a good time. So we just got to fund that.
That's right.
So just get down in there, get on the rock fins, give me those super rays that are always appreciated in my fucking computer chair.
Always appreciated on the indie.
Yep. But yeah, otherwise,
get so mad at me for that.
Otherwise, peace, love, soul, everybody. Good night.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.